Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. The High Court in Nairobi has frozen a directive by the Communications Authority of Kenya stopping media houses from broadcasting protests live and ordered all stations to immediately resume airing. The ruling came hours after the authority's directive David Mugonyi issued the directive. Justice Chacha Mwita intervened in a case filed by the Law Society of Kenya, terming the move unlawful. Mwita's directed that any broadcasting signals that may have been switched off as a result of Mugonyi's directive be restored with immediate effect pending further orders of the court. LSK argued that the directive was illegal and excessive and intended to shield police from scrutiny during the protests. A similar statement was made by Kenya Editors Guild President Okoh, who strongly condemned the move.
Because we've had this conversation for a long time. We've had cases in court about who is in control of broadcast media. And before I respond to, or let me use the same articles that the Director General of Communication Authority has quoted in the Constitution to see what exactly it says about broadcasts in Kenya. Let's go to Article 34 of the Constitution about the media freedom and rights. Article 1 says freedom and independence of electronic, print, and all other types of media is guaranteed. He should note that first. Article 2 of the same Constitution, Article 34, the state shall not exercise control over or interfere with any person engaged in broadcasting, production, and circulation of any publication. That's exactly what they're doing.
Moving on, the government was on Wednesday sued for barricading roads heading to the Nairobi CBD and cordoning off Parliament and State House. The human rights group Katiba Institute filed the case. Its lawyer Joshua Malinzo argued that the government wanted to overturn court orders issued in February barring the Inspector General of Police and the Attorney General from banning or stopping protests. Malinzo further argued that protesters were not notified that sections of the capital would not be accessible or that they would not be allowed to protest in. He stated that the Kenya Kwanza administration violated the law and the Constitution out of sheer fear of its own citizens. President William Ruto on Wednesday called for calm and order as Kenyans marked the first anniversary of the 2024 Gen Z anti-tax protests. Speaking in Kilifi, the president emphasized the need for peaceful demonstrations and condemned the violence, vandalism and theft reported in some areas. He stressed the importance of national unity and lawful conduct, reminding citizens that it's their responsibility to safeguard peace in the country.
Na mimi nataka nimshukuru kaka yetu mkubwa Raila Amolo Odinga kwa kukubali ya kwamba tuunganishe taifa letu la Kenya. Tushikanishe pamoja kwa sababu ya muhimu ni taifa letu la Kenya. Ndio tuweze sio kuendesha siasa siku baada ya nyingine, wiki baada ya nyingine, mwezi baada ya mwingine, mwaka baada ya mwingine. Lakini tuchangie sehemu kubwa ya maendeleo ya taifa letu la Kenya. Uchaguzi ni jambo la siku moja.
Work has begun on a controversial project to create the building blocks of human life from scratch in what is believed to be a world first. The research has been taboo until now because of concerns it could lead to designer babies or unforeseen changes for future generations. But now the world's largest medical charity, the Wellcome Trust, has given an initial 10 million euros to start the project and says it has the potential to do more good than harm by accelerating treatments for many incurable diseases. Critics fear the research opens the way for unscrupulous researchers seeking to create enhanced or modified humans. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.5 SpiceFM, Kisumu. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, staki kuongea today. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Waliletea fujo Moi mpaka wakapata cooperation. Wakakuja wakasumbua Kibaki mpaka wakachukua nusu mkate. Wamekuja wakazungusha Uhuru hapo mpaka wakaenda na handshake, program yetu ikapotea, BBI ikaendelea, tukazama, tukaingia kwa madeni. Sasa mimi nimewaambia, hii serikali hii, mimi nawaambia hii serikali ni ya mahasla. Hakuna nusu mkate, hakuna handshake, hakuna hiyo borojo.
Jana nimeona wale wazee tulishinda. Ati hiyo mzee akisema ati he will not be coerced or intimidated to joining our government. Wewe mzee sikia. We have no business within our government. Hatuna haja na hatugojei wewe. We are not looking for you and we have no time. Stop saying that people can force you to come to this government. Forget about being forced or coerced. We are not interested because sisi tuko na kazi ya kufanya.
Kama kuna mtu ako na namba ya William Ruto, arekodi hii video mtumie. Maisha yangu tangu nizaliwe sijawahi kuona mtu muongo, mfisadi, baradhuli, mdhabdhabina kama William Samoei Ruto.
Mimi Hassan Joho nikitaka kuongea, mimi I don't even dream of engaging with them. Ati huyu akitaka aje aongee sio na mimi niongee na Ruto nini? Mimi nikamtafute atanipa nini? Wilbaro.
I wonder.
Nilipeleka Wilbaro mimi la kimtaani la kucheza nalo zamani.
We have a choice to reject over 60% of these names or give President Ruto his skunk. Apart from a few individuals who are not even more than 8, the rest are incompetent, unqualified, have integrity issues, are people who cannot deliver this country from where it is to the next level that we want the country to move in.
A few moments later.
Now forwarded the name of John Mbadi Ngongo to the Ministry of National Treasury and Economic Planning. The Honorable Hassan Ali Joho, Ministry of Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs.
Nguruwe ujikanga na mafuta yako.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing police of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state of, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing policy of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Kwa uchungu na mateso, kwa vilio na huzuni, tulinyakuliwa uhuru na mashujaa wa zamani.
Traffic.
Good morning and welcome to Thursday. Let's take a quick look at what's happening around the city. Traffic not really starting to build up in most of your areas, and that we still see that it's going to take some time as we get into the morning. It doesn't look too bad as you come off of the Thika Superhighway this morning and you're getting into the city. We'll have a little bit of spots here and there to get us into the CBD. As you're coming off Mombasa Road, you're doing all right as well. A little bit of traffic also starting to form on Gong Road as you get through towards Valley Road and then into the city. All right, a good start to Thursday. We're going to keep an eye on all of this and try as much as we can to keep things moving. You're going to be here for it as well. Tell us what's going on where you are, and we'll do it. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4.
Good morning. And how are you doing today? We're coming into Thursday proper, and here we are. Well, you guys, it's Thursday morning. Good morning, Dennis Okari.
Good morning. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
You're doing well?
I am.
We're all in black again today.
Yes, we are.
What's happening?
Well, I mean, if the headlines are anything to go by, or just in rhyme with it, I guess.
I'm just trying to catch up with what's happening, what's been captured. This is just too overwhelming, man. You look at your newspaper today, it feels like you're looking at a photo album.
Indeed, it does. But first, how are you?
I'm good. Couldn't be any better.
Fantastic.
I slept well, woke up well. We thank the Lord.
We do.
Yes.
Aseto, mambo?
Salama.
Wewe iko salama?
Yes, niko salama, nilikula tiagas.
Yes, lakini haukulala.
Lakini sikulala.
You will tell us about that.
You know, so yeah, but we thank God, safe. That's all that matters.
Indeed. Okay. It's a day after the 25th. It is the 26th of June, 2025. And getting into a day after we saw essentially 27 counties got into the protest yesterday. Well over half of the counties represented in the country. And here we go into conversations around what is going to happen. Guys, let's start on this note that as you get into the room, you're joining us and saying hello. We'll get to you in just a moment. We are on KTN this morning. Good morning. And also our live streams are up on YouTube, Facebook and on X. Lydiah is feeling cold this morning, but she's here all the same. Lydiah, how are you? Very well. Thumbs up. And, you know, love in the air and all those good things. All right. We will have a number of conversations this morning. Let's get into it, shall we? Now that we've established that everybody's doing okay, we can see you guys streaming into the room. You know what? We can spare a moment to be civil to one another.
Yeah. At least to Salimiane.
To Salimiane, at least. We can spare a moment to just... what's that thing that Aseto say? Gotian. Bas. You can at least say hello to each other, and you know, we start on that note where we just try as much as we can to keep it civil, and this is across platforms and across board. Sawa. All right, let's tell you the conversations that we will be having this morning so that you can get into it and prepare even as we do. All right, so our 7 o'clock conversation will be with lawyer and Safina Party Deputy Leader Willis Otieno. At what cost does state stability come? If we're trying to stabilize things, what is the currency that we then put forward to receive this stability? And it looks a certain way, but we'll open up that conversation in terms of what then it should be. The Senator for Kisii County is Richard Onyonka. He will join us at 8 o'clock today. And we'll also be looking at which way are we going now. What's the direction? What should the direction be? And we'll join in that conversation with him. Wajiro Wanjiru is an activist and co-founder of the Mathare Social Justice Centre. Bob Njagi is the chairperson of the Free Kenya Movement. We'll be looking post-memorial pulse check. And after we saw the things that we saw yesterday, where are we? And what does this essentially mean going forward? It is necessary to do. It is necessary to do a post-mortem of all of this. It's necessary to then have a conversation in terms of what happens as we go into the future and what are the demands constantly going to be, and you know, what the things that we are seeing, what they actually mean. So those form the basis of the conversations that we have this morning in the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation at 19 minutes after 6 o'clock. And getting into these things this morning, we are still in Ethiopia.
Yes.
What's today's proverb?
Ethiopia, a country that has never been colonized, right? And a country with 13-month calendar. We said today they are in 2018.
Yeah, 7 years ago.
7 years ago. And they use unique alphabets and language. And what am I talking about? Here we are talking about Ethiopia using the Giza script, which is one of the oldest alphabets still in use. Its national language is Amharic. Majority of population in Ethiopia speak Amharic. And he who conceals his disease cannot expect to be cured.
Isn't it kind of like what we talking? Yeah, if you don't tell us what's going on, how are we going to help you?
Exactly.
If you don't bring it out into the open, there's no way it can be sorted.
If you just don't accept that you are sick, don't expect for cure to be there.
Indeed. I mean, it just seems pretty straightforward.
Exactly.
Yeah, you need to bring it out into the open. It needs to be examined. It needs to be put under a microscope, under a magnifying glass, whatever the case may be. Put it under the... What's that thing we used to... in biology class? What are those things called?
Microscope.
That machine is that... Yeah, that one.
Yeah, it's a microscope. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Put it on and then see. And that's the only way you can then get towards cure. That's what I see.
You know, interestingly, that proverb is actually a direct proverb, I think, from the Bible. There's a proverb in Proverbs 28. Can't remember the verse that talks about whoever conceals their sin does not prosper or have peace, but the one who confesses their sins, they find mercy with God. I have to find that scripture. Sorry, it's a very powerful one. It's sort of a copy paste of what you've just read. Anyone with a Bible on their phone?
Yes, actually.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Okay. Can we go to Proverbs 20?
Proverbs 28, verse 13.
It's verse 13.
He who conceals his sin will not prosper, but whoever confesses and renounces them will find mercy.
Oh. Is it the same thing?
It is.
It is the same thing.
It is.
How will you find healing if you conceal it? The problem.
And that thing is so relatable with Kenya right now. My Lord.
And that's where we are, isn't it?
If you try to now interpret that into what we are seeing today in Kenya, again, another copy paste. Like we keep saying in this show, you keep sliding things under, covering these things under. You're not coming out to say, well, this is what is ailing us. This is what is our issue.
Let's address it.
You will not get mercy.
Nope.
You know, so if you do, then you will prosper.
Exactly.
And that's what we keep saying. Let me not go into those details. I'm still looking at these newspapers.
You're going to have to go into the details at some point when we come and look into the headlines, because it's going to come out, my friend. It's definitely going to come out. So how about we say hi to people first? At least to let's clear. Make we clear road, as we say for Pidgin. Make we clear road first.
Actually, today is more than salam. It's also like checking up on each other
and making sure that everybody is okay.
Like today morning, you're waking up. Okay, did you get home? Are you alive? Okay, did you? Does anyone you know? Was anyone harmed? This kind of thing.
Absolutely. Just to check in, guys, this morning and making sure that everybody is okay. We know that there are very many people who are not. But for the folks who then have the opportunity to tune in this morning, just let us know that everything is all right where you are. You know, and of course, our hearts go out very, very strongly to those who lost loved ones yesterday, as well as those who are injured, because we know scores of people are. Robert Mbogo says, good morning from Mombasa. Don Sabo says, yes, it's devastating. The sorrow, the anger, the disbelief. How many more lives must be lost before the crises of a generation are heard? Good morning from Sydney, says Hilary Ogato. Behind the scenes says, good morning from Nairobi. Linus Gitonga, good to see you, brother. Good morning. Good morning, my family. A sad day indeed. So much destruction, says African Queen. It says where we are. Good morning from Denmark. Or is it a good morning, says Abakas? That's the question. Chief Bond says, good morning, D&D from Mirema. Looking forward to world-class conversations. But what a sad day it was yesterday, for sure. For sure. At some point, I just felt my heart drop to the pit of my stomach. Muna Libzan says, good morning from Sweden. Good Gen Z, I'm with you in spirit. Bernardito is saying, good morning from Doha, Princess Ndu and Dennis Squared. Good morning. Why is the government scared of its own people? It's a question. One time, apende asipende, says Cyprian Kambuni. Okay. Tosi Bishop says, my heart goes out to our fallen heroes as we hold them close in our thoughts and prayers, and may their courage and sacrifice never be forgotten. And in my mind, I see that body of that young 4-year-old dead. Didn't need to be, but he is. Desmond Oti says, good morning from Muhanya Lakeshore. Ndu, happy belated birthday. Thank you so much. Santisana. Carol Nyambura says, good morning. Now, Apenda Bure, wishing you a blessed day ahead and please stay safe. Yes, indeed, sister. Erica War says, good morning, guys. Monica Oile says, it's hot everywhere. You know, Ottawa is 35 degrees. What is actually going on in northern hemisphere, in the western hemisphere? You know, and moving north, New York heading out across the border and then into Canada. It's I know we're getting into the summer, but it's unbelievably hot. 35 degrees, 30 degrees. It's different. It's more than a heat wave, this one.
Climate change.
Yeah, but it's big
Global
time.
warming.
It is. It's big time, though. Jesus needs to come to Kenya himself, not sending angels. Okay. Abacus says, are we headed for a dictatorship? He's asking. General Specific says, good morning, Dennis and Denise. All right. I decided I'll be Denise. It is not a good morning. Can you see the rage snowballing? Can you see protests getting bigger? Can you see the people getting bolder? A third wave will come. Eric Migiro says, good morning, family. Good morning, brother. Good morning to have you here. Dr. Eda Tatu, good morning. Thou shalt not force yourself onto people who have rejected thee. That is emotional intelligence. You should be able to figure it out. You're right, Daktari. Leo says, good morning, Ndu, Aseto, and Dennis, and Lydiah. Breaking news, Ruto has achieved one thing, uniting a generation that's looking beyond tribe, regional warlords, and able to speak and act as one. That's true. Bwangi Juma, good morning to you. Hope you're well. We are well. We confirm after having exercised our powers directly. Sarah Kilonzo said good morning. And Machelle says good morning. We remember the standard group that stood when it mattered most, not for convenience. Thank you so much. Jumbo Spice, holiday Meisha Watu Arudi Kazini, says Kisa Daniel. Was it a holiday really? Okay, we'll go with it. Zach, okay, we see you saying the same thing as well. Leo says, good morning, Princess Ndu, Aseto, Dennis, and Lydia. Salutations for standing in the gap, standing with the people and defying an unlawful and unconstitutional order. CA has become Ruto attack dog. Telling you. Georgia Koth, we see you. Good morning. Are the police officers, do they have a bone to pick with Kenyans? It would appear as though they do. Tibbs Muge says, good morning. Thanks again for the hard work. Thank you always for tuning in, Tibbs. James Kamau says, Jumbo Situation Room getting you loud and clear right here in Forney, Texas. It's now time for Ruto to put down the gun and engage. Chamgay, my beautiful people, says Ann Gore. Good morning to you, my sister. Kavoy Felix says, good morning. Greetings from Kathonzweni in Makweni. I've been there, by the way. The sisters, good morning, says the sisters. Thank God our country still exists. Peace be unto us. Amen. Mwangi Mike says, good morning. Thank you I'm ready for the informed conversations. Edgar Sanya says, getting you live from Kitengela. Good morning as well. Matthew Kidara, let us know how things are in Kitengela. It was quite hot last night. Simon Kibiru says, good morning, happy Thursday. Indeed, Dr. Venvik says, God bless Kenya. Phil O is watching from Delaware. Mbaga Joshua says, good morning. Josh is tuning and said, a sad day in Kenya. Indeed. Najma Chaudhry says, good morning, a woman in power. We need a woman in power. Another one, Gary Mathai, period. Eric Tamaro says, good morning. Henry Odero is also tuning from Dar es Salaam. Good morning to you. Richard Osoro is here. Good mornings and greetings, D&D, says Young Jedi. A moment of silence for our fallen comrades. We definitely will do that. Mzalendo is saying, good morning. And good leadership has nothing to do with gender. Okay. Jack Atambo is saying good morning. Good morning, Spice family, says Philandu. Jerry, good morning to you. Happy belated. Thank you so much. D&D represented us well with lovely messages while we were away on the front line. Yes, indeed we did. Anything lately says, good morning, cousins. Good morning, familia. Louis Rudasingwa is tuned in this morning. And we see you, Young Jedi. Thank you so much. Pamela Rita, Guten Morgen, great crew of the biggest holistic conversation in Africa. We've gone continental, all right. Abiot is currently in Ethiopia and it's 2017, not 2018. Okay, sawa. So it's 8 years behind. Willis Koyi, we are fine. Good morning. Stanley Ngashe, good morning. Frida Voigt is tuned in from Germany. And Kevin Obanga is here as well. Charles Kanyeve tuned in as well. Lamek Otieno, we see you. James Mukabana is tuned in as well. Paul J here. Yeah, it was 35 degrees in Toronto yesterday, but felt like 40, isn't it? It was crazy. Good morning, D squared, and Ndu God is coming down. He has seen, heard, and is coming down. Voices of the downtrodden never go unheard by God. And this is Jane from Kilifi. You guys have really flocked into the room this morning. Can I get to everybody? Let's go. Ira, good morning. Ahmed is also here. Daniel is tuned in. Mutuflani, good morning. Nish is also here. Martin Otieno is tuned in. Mwafrika Kev says good morning. Keith Kinoti is here. Ahmed Mwololo, we see you. Martin Otieno, Michael Ochieng, Munene and Jeru, everybody, good morning. Karibuni Sana and welcome to the Situation Room. Let's have those conversations. And it's more than just a conversation, because we get an opportunity to bond and we get an opportunity to share ideas. It's always to do better, to be better, and to ask for better. All right, let's look into the headlines this morning, shall we? On the front page of Kenya's bold newspaper, The Standard. I'm looking for it somewhere.
Today we will need water.
Where? Because The rogue regime is what is on the front page of the Standard today. Youthful protesters flooded the streets in defiant remembrance of those gunned down in last year's rallies. But instead of a listening ear, they were met with razor wire, armored trucks, and the cold grip of repression. Parliament, the People's House, was barricaded like a Nazi concentration camp, a grotesque symbol of a government retreating from its citizens. Police unleashed brute force. Media houses went dark as broadcast signals were pulled in a desperate bid to silence the voices. But the youth were undeterred, their voices pierced through the fog of tear gas and tyranny, refusing to be drowned in fear or blood.
Let me tell you something, Yesterday and today, as it has been several days, you need to open the Standard like this.
Yes.
Then you read it from the back, and then you see what it's talking about.
Yeah.
So you have angry nation, rogue regime. You're looking at those pictures, and you go now to what is in the headline, and
it's one picture. It's one big picture.
It's just one picture.
But then in the picture, there are the details. It's one big picture made up of very, very many smaller pictures.
Yeah.
But, one thing that you always say, Okari, is that when you zoom out, you're seeing the many small pictures that are making up this big picture. And that is what we're looking at today. It sounds like a movie. In fact, I'm going to ask, because I'm looking for the person who penned this headline. In the way that, to understand their mind a little bit, because every word here has captured essentially what was happening yesterday and what continues to happen. So these stories are carried in the Standard on page 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, 11, 14, 15, 16 and 17. And the picture does tell 1,000 words. And we see this all across, whether it's billows of smoke or whether it's thousands of people marching in the street, whether it's individuals standing in the front of armored vehicles, ready to say, I put down everything for the betterment of this nation. And the stories will tell the picture. And this is what we see from Your Guns Won't Silence Our Voices, opposition and protesters tell Ruto. And then we into other stories where outcry as CA muzzles the media using outdated law on protest anniversary. That actually happened yesterday. Digital literacy powered Gen Z uprising, uplifted dissenting voices. It didn't take a minute. But unfortunately, some of the other things that we saw yesterday is that a lot of propaganda was being spread on socials that in many cases was just not true. So it's necessary for us to be careful what we consume and whether we're able to sift it through the sieve of facts.
Well, the Standard exposed plots by the government that was working with digital propagandists. There were messagings and there were plans on how to deal with yesterday's anniversary / protest. And so it's not strange. And people are intelligent. So even on the socials, people debunk a lot of these things quite easily.
And quickly.
The assumption sometimes is we are still living in those, dark days when, something will be said, the propaganda will spread to the villages and everybody will believe. Today, it's not like that. Today, you have AI to actually quickly, in seconds, debunk a lot of these things. So, I don't think it's working. I think it's, in my opinion, a group that lives in this space of theirs. You've got mobilizers, you've got bots that will respond to your texts and posts, and it doesn't work.
It doesn't work. Because if you look at it, every other communication that has happened before, it is so easy for someone to just go to Grok and ask Grok to give you details and you get it there. It is a generation and it is a system right now that we are working in. People know what is happening.
Indeed.
And you can't just come and try change the conversation simply because you think you're the government. No.
As we look at other headlines, it's just interesting because we talk about a picture and it tells a story. There's a picture that I'm looking for, and I don't know if it made its way into the Standard, probably maybe into another one as well. But that one of the wreaths that was taken to be placed in memory of those who fell. So somebody had removed a pink rose from one of the wreaths and laid it in the barricade wire.
Yeah.
And it just sat there on its own. And I thought, look at that. That's the coming together of these two worlds, where we're stopping you from remembering in one way, and we're barricading. And there's a blockage to this essential freedom that you're looking for, and that this flower, to represent something or somebody, then is still finding its way into that blockage, and is sitting right there and says, "I'm here, alive as this flower. I'm here. If you would just let down your guard." And for me, that spoke huge volumes yesterday.
And I remember following up on that, you could see Kalonzo Musyoka and Eugene Wamalwa and crew just walk there, engage with the police. They shook hands, some even hugged each other. They put the wreath there. But one would just ask the question, what is the government so afraid of that they have to barricade Parliament the way it did?
It's true.
Remember, this is House of Parliament. Leaders who've been donated power by Kenyans. At some point, I saw videos from Parliament legislators leaving in a hurry simply because there was a communication that they were asked to leave Parliament immediately because the young people
were coming.
Wanna come.
All right.
Anyway,
some more headlines.
So it's still the same thing on the Daily Nation. Images of yesterday's protest, and with three TV stations switched off. State repression rears head as CA legally shuts down TV stations. 9 killed, about 400 injured, and more than 60 arrested. And these numbers that you're talking about, 400 injured, journalists as well. I remember there is a journalist from Citizen TV who was hit in the head by a tear gas canister. Luckily, he had a protective gear. And looting and destruction, sadly enough, that was also witnessed yesterday. And 27 counties across the country reported protest as Gen Z united to remember their fallen soldiers. Pages 2, 3, again, a pictorial of what happened yesterday, as well as Black Wednesday as 9 killed and traders suffering losses. Pretty much it's just a story on the same. And the picture on page 7 of Communications Authority of Kenya Director General, that is David Mugoni, an individual I've worked with before. He used to be at Nation newspaper, then went to Parliament as the head of Media Center, then found himself there, and seems as though he's forgotten one day he was on this side.
Anafanya tu kazi yake. You're being paid to do your job, so
orders from above.
Same way as the cops on the streets. I mean, they're just paid and they're given orders and instructions, go to the streets.
Okay, sure.
You done? Okay, the Star, mayhem and death. See pages 2, 4, 5, 6, and 7. I say today's newspapers, you open like a photo album, but very, very sad pictures. So trigger-happy cops shoot Matu protester dead as government clamps down hard on media, switches off live broadcast. Pictures there of what happened yesterday as demonstrators light bonfires in Kisii town, protesters in Kibwezi, Makueni County, youthful protesters marching along Moi Avenue in Nairobi, and so on and so forth. Media clamped down on page 2. Uproar as CA switches off NTV and KTN. 23 groups sue Communications Authority boss Mugoni over live broadcast orders. 23.
Boss, let me
counting.
I'm sorry. You know the speed and alacrity with which people filed orders straight to court yesterday, and I was like, what? And it was as though the minute Faith Odhiambo heard that this was happening, she said, I know my constitution in and out, back to front, upside down.
Yes.
And this is not on. Quickly to court and said, come on, stop it.
I'll tell you guys.
23.
This thing is not complicated. I'm going to break down for you what the CA did so that our listeners and our viewers will understand where we're coming from.
Okay, you'll do that as our first story.
Yes, there's a lot that has been quoted, the Constitution, the articles.
Yes.
Why were we switched off? I will explain the backstory and I'll explain why this thing was actually against the Constitution and why you have all these groups suing. So you go to page 4, again, mayhem death as 25 counties hit by demos. 25. So yesterday, if you're trying to follow what's going on around the country despite the switch off, it was so difficult to keep up because there were so many parts of this country that were experiencing this, where you had streets becoming battlegrounds filled with gunfire, tear gas, and stone throwing as officers clashed with determined protesters. I don't even need to go any further. Those are the stories today.
Those are the stories today, but let's start, we're just going to go through it. So let's start with this story about the CA and switching off, because one of the things that we have seen previously, because if we look at times gone by, okay, let's look about 50 to 40 years ago, that when media was really starting to come into its own and start to be the voice that told the story of nations, and this is across the world, that when then you had oppressive regimes that would come into place, the zeitgeist of the time was to switch off any channel that was giving out information. It was those what we would call as the dark days, when you would basically shut off all kinds of communication and you have people operating in the dark. And it was at that time, right, that people would be killed wantonly, that people would disappear, that nobody would have a voice to say anything. And remember, it was still very traditional. It was radio and it was TV in some cases, but most part radio, and then it was your paper, which if you think about it, what you read today in the paper is what happened yesterday. Okay, so you don't have real time with a newspaper. So it was really radio. So at that time, what would happen is if you shut off information, then you allow anything to happen, and that nobody would be any wiser because they couldn't see it.
And
so that was the MO of the time. So when people say that you're taking us back to the dark days, that is exactly what we mean, because you essentially switched off the lights.
You know what they did in those dark days? So TV, you just switch off. Radio, you switch off. But for print, what used to happen, because if a paper goes into print, you may not stop it at that point. You can't control. But what they would do, because the papers have to hit the streets. Remember, this was before the digital migration. So we never had the e-papers and all that. So what would happen, once the papers are dispatched and hit the streets from 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning,
buy all the papers.
People are sent, buy all those newspapers. So by 7, somebody's driving, they expect their everyday newspaper. The vendor is like, Hakuna gazeti boss. So that's how he kept people in the dark. But just to give you context of what happened yesterday,
give us that story.
So KTN and NTV and K24 was switched off live, all right, by the Communications Authority of Kenya. Now, this occurred during the live coverage of the anti-tax protest anniversary. And this was marking the first anniversary. So we know that, correct? Now, why is the CA move controversial? It is controversial because what the CA used was a 2009 regulation meant for broadcast programming violations, not live protest coverage. I repeat, it was for broadcast programming violations, not live protest coverage. But I'll go deeper than that. So the government is now accused of using an outdated law to suppress press freedom and block protest coverage. So who is condemning it? We've looked at 23 groups. So we have media, lawyers, human rights activists, and media organizations that are actually talking about this. So this is a blatant abuse of power and a threat to democracy. So let's look at the legal and the constitutional arguments here. So the Article 34 that was quoted by 33.2 and 34 Section 1 guarantees, so the Constitution guarantees freedom and independence of the media. So the critics are saying CA's directive violated those two articles, which is freedom of media and right to information. Programming code is being misused beyond its intent. Now, what the legal experts are saying, it's unconstitutional and it sets a dangerous precedent. Now, why does it matter? It is because, like you said, Ndu, media acts as a watchdog. So, especially during protests and police action. And the reason why this is important is when you switch off, you are going to hide police brutality or goons brutality. It's going to encourage impunity. It's going to block the public from seeing what's happening in real time. Now, these sections that I'm citing here, Section 33.2 says, the right to freedom of expression does not extend to propaganda for war, incitement to violence, hate speech, or advocacy of hatred that constitutes ethnic incitement, vilification of others, or incitement. I can go on and on and on. But you see, all these things, again, were changed later in the Constitution. When was the last time we were switched off? Do you remember?
No.
You guys remember the last time we were switched off?
As standard?
No, generally, the last time we were all switched off.
No.
It was during the inauguration of...
Oh, Baba.
Yes.
Yes.
You remember the parallel swearing in?
Yes.
Swearing in.
This was, let me just go back to this. This was in 2018, January 30th to 31 there. So the false inauguration, which was like a coup coverage, is when the opposition leader then, Raila Odinga, held symbolic swearing-in ceremony, claiming to be the people's president. Now, CAK raided and switched off signals at KTN, NTV, and Citizen TV to prevent that live coverage of the event. So the shutdown lasted about a day until a high court ordered the stations reinstated. All right? So that's the last time we had such a thing. But when you look at this law that is being quoted here by Mugonyi was replaced. That provision does not exist. So it has no legal effect. That's what lawyers are arguing. So you're using a provision that is non-existent and disregarding a High Court order or High Court ruling that stripped the Communications Authority of the powers to regulate media content. And that's where the argument is. So the order was issued against all this. The 1998 law has 103 sections. It was replaced by the Kenya Information and Communications Amendment Act of 2013. So we are working with the 1998 law, which was changed, and the order was still issued.
Do you know what that does? Is that I see things. I find it very difficult to see things just as they present themselves, that there must be something underlying. And so this order is representative of this constant impunity that we have been seeing for the longest time. That because of the fact that you are in a position of authority, that you feel as though you can pull something out of a hat like the magician and its rabbit and decide that it can be applied across board and everybody's going to have to bow to it without realizing that people, for lack of a better word, are woke and understand exactly what it is that they're able to do well within their rights. That because you're in a position of authority, you can pull something out and say, well, I'm going to decide that I'm going to switch you off because what you're doing is contravening 1, 2, 3, whereby the contravention that we are talking about actually does not exist. And this is representative of the impunity that has put the people in the streets in the first place.
Exactly.
This is a representation of that same thing. And so anything else that comes as a result of that is just you doing the things that you normally do anyway. So it doesn't change. Whether it's CA coming and saying switch it off, whether it's putting the military in the street, whether it is, shooting people, it is the same wanted impunity that people are complaining about from the beginning.
And you see, even when you talk about the Communications Authority is in charge of issuing licenses, not controlling content. Those that are in charge of controlling content in the country, we know them. We have the Media Council of Kenya. You have the Kenya Films Classification Board, who regulate the content that goes live on air. If the government actually had an issue, they know where to complain to. Fact that CA just woke up and decided to switch off, not because people misuse the licenses that they were issued, is actually them overstepping on their mandate. They do not have such powers to control the content.
The shutdown clearly violates both the Constitution and the Act. Those two things. Especially if no due process or legal threshold under Article 33, Section 2 is met. So here is a situation where one person can make a decision, wake up and decide we're switching off KTN. No due process is followed. And they go and they actually do it. Now, you don't follow the procedures, you don't follow the law, you don't follow the Constitution, and you don't follow what the Act actually stipulates. So when you do that and then you turn right around, I actually posted something and said, okay, fine. If they can do that because you are in power and you have the authority, how else do you expect and demand the same from the people that you're ruling over? So if you're coming and saying you must follow the Constitution, do I tell you today, this morning on this show, you must follow the Constitution of this show? You must follow the guidelines and everything? And then I go and I violate it. How do I demand it from you?
Thank you.
You hold no authority or any moral authority for that matter to come and tell me to do it if you yourself have not. You don't. You hold nothing. You can't.
Because
this is what we're talking about.
Because when you talk about respect of rule of law and maintaining the same, those with the responsibility of seeing to it that this law is maintained and respected are the very first people who should observe the very same. It's the same thing we keep saying. It can't be that police officers are busy killing people. At the same time, you're coming telling us that you're trying to maintain law and order. From the first point, you have broken the very law you're trying to protect. You cease having any authority or any iota of anything pretty much, no one will listen to you because you've broken the law you're trying to protect. That's the same thing CA is doing here, because you're telling us respect the law, yet you're breaking the very law you're seeking to protect and uphold.
Let me ask a question before I go into the next story. Why do you think that these protests are met with fear? That when people are walking in the streets and say they want to actually come before the house and stand in silent, peaceful protest, why does that elicit fear? And I kind of already have the answer in my mind, that it is not the thought of a silent or peaceful protest that elicits fear. It is the reaction to that silent, peaceful protest that elicits the fear in the minds of any or many, that we don't know how this will be met by those who are in the minority, and so that friction or that clash is what brings about the fear. And it gives rise to this story that's on page 14 of the Standard. MPs scatter for safety amid fear of second visit by irate Gen Zs. On the day Kenyans commemorated the first anniversary of the Gen Z protests, the National Assembly were forced to prematurely adjourn its morning sitting over fears of a second breach of parliamentary precincts by youth. But remember that we saw this 1 meter high iron barricade around Parliament, and that there were armed security personnel around that area. So, Kini, what was the problem? Early in the morning, Interior and National Coordination Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen had toured the area. That was fun, which saw reinforcement with razor-sharp barbed wire. And we also did see a young man, interestingly enough, with a brand new mkokoteni pushing things along next to the CS. So I don't know where he came from. That was empty. There was nothing in his mkokoteni. And it was painted nicely, maroon, shining. And I don't know where he was going, but he was escorting.
Wacha niulize. Wewe ni siku gani ya mwisho uliona mkokoteni mpya hivyo ikipita? Where was that place?
It was going to
where?
Down.
How many times do you see mkokoteni on that road? On a normal day.
On a normal day, and it's empty.
So this mkokoteni guy decided, leo kuna protest. Listen, guys, this is comedy. There's a razor wire barricading a Parliament Road.
Yeah.
Then it was blocked all the way from
City Hall.
From City Hall. Yes. So that intercontinental.
So he had access with mkokoteni. Now, the second thing is this: what does a mkokoteni carry? So what was he carrying? Did you see what he was carrying?
Leave alone even that. You know, in these the area we're talking about, even motorbikes are not allowed there.
On a normal day. Mkokoteni has never been there. What was it doing there? And then, he's rolling his thing happily alongside the CS, and the CS even asking him, what? Shughuli gani? What are you talking about? Stop carrying us pumpkin.
Yeah. I'm looking at that. I'm watching that video
You're
now.
carrying us children.
I'm just watching that video now. This mkokoteni guy was not carrying anything. There was nothing.
There was nothing in his
I'm watching the video now. There's nothing. There's no motorbike around him. It's him alone, surrounded by all the security chiefs, including the CS.
Yes.
Come on, guys. So he randomly found himself in a blocked street with a mkokoteni.
You know what that guy did? Yeah, si alijua ni protest, so he went to a paint shop, painted the thing, just decided to stroll in town, to just all of a sudden meet with security officers and the CS, right?
I said that people were not allowed to enter into the city. Then suddenly here's a guy happily pushing along his mkokoteni next to the CS, and he was surrounded by armed security personnel.
Yeah.
Come on, guys. So at this time, this is what I was trying to say, that at that point, they were guarded. The House of Parliament was guarded heavily.
Yeah.
And that there was this barbed razor wire that was guarding all the roads leading to and from Parliament. So what was the fear? Why is there so much fear? What are we afraid of? And I think we can be bold to ask a question and say, what is the fear? Where is it? Are we actually afraid
to
do things right? Are we actually afraid to end impunity? Are we actually afraid to embrace good governance? Perhaps that's what the fear is.
Here's the picture. Around Parliament, there was this razor wire barricading the roads.
Yeah.
Now, immediately these MPs, because of fear, before they even finished the discussion, which was supposed to be morning session at 1, They left at 11:45 a.m. Now, immediately, the House rose. Long convoys of parliamentary staff and MPs could be seen yet again sneaking out of Parliament through the underground tunnel. Do you know how much that tunnel costed? 150 million Kenya shillings.
Yes.
It's a 5-meter wide tunnel that lies beneath a section of Arambe Avenue, once again proving that they have basically barricaded themselves and they have an escape route.
Yes.
What escape route do Kenyans have?
None.
What escape route do Kenyans have from poor governance? What escape route do Kenyans have from when their children can't go to school? What escape route do Kenyans have when a mother and a father are crying over the death of their Form 4 child who died in cold blood yesterday? What escape route do Kenyans have when their dead are, there's no justice for their dead? Is there a 5-meter wide tunnel that Kenyans can get out of when they go to hospital and they cannot care for their sick? Is there a 5-meter wide tunnel when Kenyans cannot take their children to school? Is there a 5-meter wide tunnel when Kenyans cannot afford a meal a day? That's what Kenyans are asking for. Is there a 5-meter wide tunnel for Kenyans to escape these things that they are begging a government to do? Is there?
So you spend 150 million to build a tunnel as an escape route for you. We voted these MPs into Parliament. They couldn't join or face these Gen Zs. They couldn't lay flowers outside Parliament where several people were killed. They were barricading themselves inside, protected not just by the razor wire that's barricading them, but police officers who are in and around Parliament buildings. And then when they felt the heat is coming towards them, then they quickly and speedily moved out through that 150 million tunnel to their choppers at the helipad at KCC, into their fuel guzzlers vehicles, and given an escape route out of the city. Can't even face the people who voted you in. This is the contrast we were talking about this morning, where you have the legislators who are supposed to make the laws in Parliament, who are elected by the people inside that building,
who are shot
and
outside.
None of them could come out and face and say, okay, you know what, let's remember those who fell last year. No address, nothing.
You know, there's a gentleman yesterday when I was covering the thing who told our reporters yesterday, I have nothing to lose. I am learned, I have my degree, I have my master's, I don't have a job. I am working very hard to pay taxes, but I see my taxes being wasted by the people in there. By the time I was leaving the house in the morning, I told my people not to expect me back, that if I go, I went for a good cause. If they kill me, I will die for a good cause. There is also the mother of the gentleman who was shot in Mwiki, went to Mbagathi yesterday to get autopsy, and she was told that can't be done today. She wanted to strip naked just so the state can listen to her and give her the results and her son's body to go bury. These are the things we're talking about this morning. At night, at around 9:30, there were bullets and tear gas renting the air where I stay.
9:30 p.m.
9:30 p.m.
That's why you didn't sleep?
I couldn't sleep. How do you sleep? You know, I have, my brother was attacked yesterday. Everything was stolen from him by goons. These are things we're talking about. It's personal like that. You know, when someone walks into your house with the trousers ripped up, phones, his documents gone, and you want to tell me that we have a crop of individuals who sit in Parliament afraid of the very people who woke up at 4 a.m. to go vote them in. Then you want to tell us that you can take advantage of the low end oppressors?
The fact for me is that, you know, in every situation that you don't have somebody else, because here is this truth is being spoken to power, but that time when the power comes out and it's voiceless, then you know that you really have a problem. We're going into more conversations around this morning in the Situation Room, and we'll be back continuing after this. Good morning at 7 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. At least 8 people were killed and more than 400 injured during protests across the country as Kenya marked the first anniversary of the Gen Z demonstrations on Wednesday, according to the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. The commission monitored the protests in at least 23 counties and reported the deaths resulted from gunshot wounds. The fatalities occurred in Machakos, Makueni, Nakuru, Kiambu, Uasin Gishu and Nyandarua counties. In Molo, Nakuru County, a Form 3 student from Njenga Karume School was shot dead. 2 others were critically injured. In Matu, Machakos County, 2 protesters died in hospital after being shot while trying to storm a local police station. And in Olkalu, Nyandarua County, residents torched a police station after a protester was shot. 2 more people were injured.
Polisi walaya wafanyi poa. Wafanyi poa. Wacha mtu mmoja wameua. Na wafanyi poa tumesema polisi wanaua. Tafadhali polisi angalieni hiyo wacheni kuua. Wamepiga watu 4 risasi wafanyi poa. Mmoja ako ndani. Mmoja ako ndani amelala hapo. Nataka kumsaidia na wataji. Watoke dawa watoke.
In Kakamega County, over 50 people arrested during yesterday's protests are expected to be arraigned in court today. His Western Region Police Commander Isa Mohamud making the announcement.
We have so many arrests. I don't know the number, the total, but we have so many arrests. Zaidi ya 50 tuko na hawa, and we'll charge them for malicious damage, for everything. They have cost. There's a team of officers. DCI wana prepare their files. Hakuna duka wamevunja, pengine wametoa fridge moja ikiwa nje, mwenyewe alisahau wakavunja na wakachukua masoda. There is no much theft because we have covered the whole town. Today we have organized ourselves na tujapatia hawa nafasi ya kuiba. Wakijaribu tuko hapa sasa ni pilika ya panya na paka. So far no injuries hata kwa public.
Clashes were reported in several areas including Nakuru, Narok, Uasin Gishu, Kericho and Naivasha as police tackled protesters. The Independent Policing Oversight Authority has raised concerns over the conduct of police during Wednesday's nationwide protests, marking the anniversary of the 2024 anti-tax demonstrations. In a statement, IPOA said it had launched nationwide monitoring operations deploying officers across the country to observe how the National Police Service was managing public order. According to preliminary findings, IPOA documented demonstrations in at least 24 counties, resulting in 8 civilian deaths and over 207 injuries, many of which involved gunshot wounds. Injuries among police officers were also recorded, though no specific figures were provided. Authorities reported the arrest of at least 61 protesters as well as the infiltration of demonstrations by goons, leading to widespread destruction of both public and private property. The Standard Group has strongly condemned the unconstitutional and arbitrary shutdown of the broadcast signal for its television station KTN by signal distributors following orders from the Communications Authority of Kenya. The action, executed without any legal justification, follows a directive shared on social media directing all broadcasters to halt TV and radio live coverage of Gen Z demonstrations commemorating 1-year anniversary of the anti-tax protests of June the 25th, 2024. The Standard Group views this as a blatant violation of the Constitution, in particular Article 34, which safeguards media freedom and prohibits state interference in broadcasting or dissemination of information. The authorities' attempts to blackout KTN contravenes a recent High Court ruling affirming that the Media Council of Kenya, not the CA, holds the mandate to oversee broadcast content. The Kenya Editors Guild President Zubeida Koome has also condemned the move.
Because we've had this conversation for a long time. We've had cases in court about who is in control of broadcast media. And before I respond to, or let me use the same articles that the Director General of Communication Authority has quoted in the Constitution to see what exactly it says about broadcast in Kenya. Let's go to Article 34 of the Constitution about the media freedom and rights. Article 1 says freedom and independence of electronic, print, and all other types of media is guaranteed. He should know that first. Article 2 of the same Constitution, Article 34, the state shall not exercise control over or interfere with any person engaged in broadcasting, production, and circulation of any publication. That's exactly what they're doing.
This event comes as the High Court in Nairobi has frozen the CS directive. Justice Chachamita intervened in a case filed by the Law Society of Kenya, terming the move unlawful. That's the News Wire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing police of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Traffic.
All right, look at what's happening with traffic this morning. A quick look coming off of the Thika Superhighway. Let's take a look at that, shall we see? Traffic then coming in from Survey, then going out into the city this morning. And it looks thick, but we'll be able to get through it, which is not too much of an issue. There is some traffic coming in on Jogoo Road, heading out towards Landis. And then as you get on to the Southern Bypass, coming off Langata Road, not a problem here. There is a little bit of traffic as you come in then on Kiambu Road. Actually, we're looking at quite a lot of traffic coming in all the way from KU out through towards Garden City on the Thika Superhighway if you're coming into that. And then as you come out of most parts of the city, Ngong Road, there is some traffic, but for everything else I think we'll be okay, at least for now. We want to keep things moving. We'll talk SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
At 8 minutes after 7 o'clock, good morning and welcome to the second hour of Kenya's biggest conversation. This is The Situation Room. Ndu Dennis and... I was going to say Ndu Dennis and Ndu, but I am just one.
You're multiplying yourself.
Hey, it would appear. But you know, Ndu Dennis and Dennis with you this morning. If you just tuned in, our live streams are up on YouTube, Facebook, and on X, and we're also on KTN this morning. Coming in on a day when it was pretty dark. And looking for the light as we do on some of these things. But even as we get into it, I have to ask you, are you passionate about creating a better future for Kenya? So is the I&M Foundation, the social investment arm of I&M Bank Kenya. For the past 5 years, the foundation has been making a real difference, investing a significant 2% of the bank's annual profit. It's into impactful programs, and it's the highest commitment in the Kenyan banking sector. The work focuses on vital areas like education and skills development, economic empowerment, enabling giving. But today we want to highlight their leadership in environmental conservation. The I&M Foundation is dedicated to protecting our precious natural resource through strategic partnerships and community-driven initiatives, ensuring a sustainable future for all. They believe in impact, and are achieving it through focused action. So as we renew our pact to keep impacting, learn more about I&M Foundation's vital work and how you can potentially collaborate by visiting imbankgroup.com/foundation to learn more, powered by I&M Bank.
Well, there's so much that's going on around the country, and when we talk about I&M Bank and you are a business person and you're thinking you want to grow your business, you want to do well in your business, There are several things that, as business owners, you incur transactional costs, and you want to. They're cutting into your bottom line. You want capital to grow. Well, I&M Bank is powering your hustle with the I&M Solo Biz account. Lower your costs with free bank to M-Pesa and Airtel Money transfers. Receive customer payments easily with Lipa na I&M, but there's more. Need to restock? Use Jazz's stock. Fulfilling a big order? Get LPO financing. Plus, access unsecured business loans of up to 5 million shillings. Stop just running your business, start growing it. Open your individual or solo B's account today via the I&M Bank on the Go application.
All right, so getting into conversations this hour, and we are joined by Wakili Willis Otieno, who is an advocate of the High Court, as well as the Deputy Party Leader of the Safina Party, and he joins us this morning. Good morning, Wakili.
Good morning. How are you doing?
Very well. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm okay,
Yeah?
despite the circumstances.
Despite the circumstances, I know it's quite something. Even as we get into this conversation this morning, we're asking questions around, where are we going? And in order to ask where we are going, we have to then ask where we've come from and where are we now. These are definitely questions that we need to ask. And before we get into this, because I want to talk about a couple of things that you actually said yesterday, but before we get into it, Dennis is going to welcome you with today's proverb. It's from Ethiopia, and we want to hear what you think about that.
Ethiopia, a country that has never been colonized, really fought the Italians, as well as a country that Kenya continues to fight with every day in terms of who's breaking world records, the long distance running and whatnot. And also in coffee business, Kenyans say our coffee is best. Ethiopians say we are the home of coffee. Which one do you like best, Kenyan coffee or Ethiopian?
Of course, Kenyan coffee.
Kenyan coffee.
Yes. Ethiopians are imitators. Yes.
All right. Our proverb today: he who conceals his disease cannot expect to be cured.
Of course, it requires of us to attend to whatever issue that is ailing you. If you don't speak about it, then there can be no solution. Just like now in Kenya today, we have a big problem that the legacy politicians think they can conceal. It cannot. That is why you are seeing the uprising of our young people. You must be able to address, come true, and accept your reality. When you are sick, you are sick. You will not find a solution if you don't accept it.
There you go. Yesterday was an interesting day. It was 25th of June, and it commemorated a year since we saw the pivotal shifting anti-finance bill protests that took place and then morphed into quite a number of things, where it was a demand on accountability for better governance, for better leadership, to do things better. And so yesterday, we woke up to barricaded parliament, and we woke up to closed roads, and we woke up to a stopping of many things. And through the day, you said a number of things, Wakili. Amongst the first things that you said, a government that turns its guns, tear gas, and cruelty on its own people, especially children, is not just illegitimate, it's a disgrace. No regime that wages war against the future can claim to have one. When you shoot at students, brutalize teens, and criminalize dissent, you're looting the soul of the nation. Kenya belongs to the people, not to a club of power-drunk elites hiding behind uniforms and broken promises. You went on to say, when a regime needs tear gas, guns, water cannons, and barbed wire to govern, it's no longer leading but clinging to power. The hallmark of tyranny is fear dressed in uniform. What a legacy indeed. This regime fears accountability. It fears the image of children running from tear gas more than the violence itself. You directed this at the president, and you said, if your leadership can't withstand live cameras, it has no legitimacy. Gagging the press won't stop the truth. It'll only expose your fear. And the last one I'll share, at least for now, you said, this regime is waging war against transparency because it has something to hide. These are a number of things that you said yesterday in the light of the things that were happening. What guided that?
And it tells, look at it. First thing you wake up in the morning, and in the news, what you first see is the CS interior inspecting barricade of parliament, setting up barbed wire everywhere, and they say the nation is secure. You know, sometimes you ask yourself when you wake up in the morning, which I do, what is the value add that I'm going to make in people's lives today? So when you go to barricade parliament with barbed wires, are you adding value to people's lives? When you go and inspect policemen that you've deployed and you've given them guns to do what? When Kenyans are at war, you've given a policeman a gun and a bullet. When the only news that information that I've been told, Kenyans are going to demonstrate peaceably and unarmed under Article 37. And your response is to give police guns and bullets. Then you go out early in the morning to inspect. What is the expectation? So it means for you, as you woke up in the morning, your expectation was to cause death. If you had told me that you had organized policemen in reflector jackets as to act as marshals to guide the demonstrators, I would say yes, you're adding value to their right to demonstrate. But you give them guns, what do you expect? So you are a killer squad. And your conduct throughout the day, you start ignoring court orders. The issue of now switching off media platforms. I mean, we've been here before. It's been litigated and you have a court order. Article 34 of our constitution is very explicit. It is one of the very few, I think the only one, that has a negative connotation on the state. It prohibits the state shall not interfere with the content of any broadcast media. Then CA wakes up in the morning and they declare, we are stopping live coverage. What are you hiding? It should be free. Transparent, let everybody witness what is going on. If the protesters are committing criminal acts, let everybody witness it. Let witness the arrest. If the police are using live bullets in the demonstrations, let everybody witness it. Let it be documented. Let every Kenyan see the truth. But that person who hides wants to operate in the dark. It tells you that they have a criminal mind. What informs their engagement with the public is a criminal mind, and the intention is to commit acts of criminality. And that is what we are witnessing today. Almost 12 Kenyans dead just for exercising their right to peaceably and armed to protest. And they are not dead in the hands of civilians. We must always remember this. They are dead, and their death is caused by police bullets.
Let's look at some of these
even some of those shots.
Yeah.
Majority of them are to the head.
So there was an intent to kill.
It's an intention to kill. If you told me someone was shot, for example, in the leg, which you should not even do it anyway, that's not an attempt and a shot to maim. That's a shot that is aimed to kill. The police who were shooting to kill. That is why most of those gunshots you are witnessing is the chest or the head.
Let's look at some of those numbers, shall we? According to what's being reported across board, at least 9 people, in some cases reported as 11, reported deaths, 2 in Matu, 2 in Imali, 1 in Ongata Rongai, 1 in Embakasi, 1 in Juja, 1 in Kikuyu, 1 in Molo, 1 in Olkalau, 1 in Ngara, bringing that total to 11. Over 400 people have been injured. And I mean, we saw devastating pictures yesterday. Of course, one woman who was shot in the face. I mean, she's in recovery. But then we also saw 61 people having been arrested through the day yesterday. What picture does this actually paint? I mean, I'm looking at the picture on the Standard this morning, and we look at that picture, and if we look at it like this, it's one picture, but it's many pictures made up in the middle there. And so one must ask the question, what kind of picture are we painting here? If there are peaceful protests which were meant to commemorate what happened the year before, why do we see it met with such force? And does it tell a different picture?
I mean, the truth of the matter is that the legacy politicians are uncomfortable with this. Because when Kenyans are coming out in these numbers that you're witnessing, Kenyans are not coming out organized or mobilized by any legacy politician. They are not championing a political party cause. They're championing the people's issue. It is now about us. It's not about legacy politicians. That we are saying we are demonstrating because of this political party. We are demanding for accountability for the benefit of all Kenyans. This makes legacy politicians uncomfortable because these are new terrain. Normally, they're used to dividing Kenya along tribal lines. So, Kabila hii na Kabila hii. Then you say, we are going to pit tribes against each other. We go to elections. This one now is different. This one now is about accountability. This is about good governance. This is about making the country to make sense to everybody. It's about the economy. Why do we have a situation where many of our qualified young people don't have jobs? Those who even had jobs are losing them. And yet, the cost of living is increasing. It's a state of hopelessness. So this regime, and the Standard actually has captured it very well, this is a rogue regime. We are now dealing with a criminal state. They cannot claim to be our leaders, because leadership is supposed to be a subtotal of the people. And if the people are now out here, united in one accord, to fight for good governance, then the opposition can only mean they are not a summation of who we are.
Kelly, you've talked about a rogue regime. You're talking about the opposition. On page 14 of the Standard, there's a story about MPs scattering for safety amid fear of a second visit by the Gen Zs.
Yes.
I'm just receiving pictures on my phone this morning. The CBD is coming to normal, but still that razor wire we saw yesterday is still around Parliament, day 2. So they're here to clear that whole space. And yesterday, they had a morning session which ordinarily was adjourned because of what was happening. It was supposed to be adjourned at 1 p.m., ended at 11:45, an hour and 15 minutes before time. And the presiding speaker was forced to defer the motions and bills to another sitting because of what was happening. And how they left Parliament, they immediately rose, and in the long convoys of parliamentary staff and MPs, they could be seen sneaking out of the premises through the 150 million tunnel.
As it should tell you they're thinking. In fact, they deserved what will have gotten to them. They deserve in the following way. When they sit there, and I ask this question, every day I ask myself this question, today I've woken up, am I adding value? So even those members of parliament should ask themselves, when they woke up in the morning and they went to the house, are they adding value to the lives of the people of Kenya? If they are not, look even at their 150 million tunnel. They create a safe passage for themselves.
Yeah.
You want to tell me they cannot walk over the road just like any other Kenyans?
I mean, we've seen in the years past, legislators leave Parliament, interact with people, even protesters, walk through Arambe Avenue, and it was okay. But today, besides talking about the government, we're also looking at Parliament, and it's a completely different picture where they don't want to mingle with the people who voted them in.
And yet they are sustained in those offices using the people's money. It is the taxpayers. That poor old woman that you see selling vegetables in the market is the one funding that lavish lifestyle. So, in my view, this is a criminal enterprise. They've now assumed positions of leadership, and now they think they are our lords. They are not. They are supposed to be servants of the people. In fact, in the ideal, what we should be discussing even before we go any further in this country is how do we make the emoluments of these people to be commensurate with the earnings of other Kenyans?
Yes.
Why should we have somebody earning 1.5 million shillings as a member of parliament, and yet the person he represents, a teacher, is paid 17,000 shillings, a JSS teacher? And you think that is an equal society? It cannot be. So it is this differential treatment that sets aside some citizens to appear as more superior than the rest. That is what makes them turn tone deaf when they pass whatever they pass in parliament. They pass bills that you ask yourself, are they living in the same country as we are living? You will think that they are shielded from what other Kenyans are going through. So they can create their own country and leave Kenyans to decide how they can govern themselves in a way that responds to the common good, that responds to the desires of the people of Kenya. But what we have here is not sustainable.
Okay, Wakili, now here we talk about, let's talk about the law. There is a court order that was given on how police are supposed to operate whenever they're handling a protest. That includes them not wearing masks, being in uniforms. But yesterday, again, we saw police define court orders, some being in civilian outfits, still in their masks. You go to the CA directive, then again, there is another court order that is being disrespected. And you put that together with what even the leaders are saying in terms of the protest yesterday. yesterday in Mombasa, and they're saying these protests are making the country not move forward. They need to stop. Yet the Constitution guarantees Kenyans to go out there and protest. In terms of just the respect and the rule of law, it seems as though those with the responsibility of ensuring that this is upheld are the ones breaking it. Which way, Kenya?
In fact, our legacy politicians are notorious for not following the law. Because as it is, let's start with the media blackout, the shutting down of the media live broadcasts. As it is, the Constitution already tells you you cannot interfere with the content of any broadcast media. That's the law. They ignore it. Anyway, the matter has gone to court before, previously when they did it, and the court has told them, you cannot do it. So we now have a court order. Not just the Constitution. We assume they didn't know how to read the Constitution. The court has read it for them and told them, you cannot do it. Then, out of the blues, Mugonyi and his characters just appears and issues a directive, shut down. Before you know it, they send vehicles and policemen to go and forcefully shut down those transmission centers. Why?
Yeah.
And you ask yourself, if it's a question of the rule of law, this law that legacy politicians are talking about, even the ones who are in Mombasa, why is it that it's only rule of law when it applies to them?
Yes.
Why not them applying that rule of law? Because they only use rule of law arguments when it suits their purposes, not when it suits the Constitution. Because they should start leading by examples. The policemen going out there wearing balaclavas, some in civilian, no identifying marks, and they have guns, some are carrying pistols. You can't tell me that somebody carrying a pistol when people are demonstrating has an intention of controlling demonstrators. No, that's a killer. Any policeman carrying a pistol in a demonstration, we must call him for who he is. He's a killer. A pistol is not a firearm that you are saying you're intending to use to control a crowd. No. A pistol is a close contact weapon. You want to use it to disseminate, to kill someone. So those are killers, those are not policemen. And yet there's a court order telling them you cannot be in civilian.
Okay, so here we are. And if you notice that I started with pictures and images, and that's the start of the question, because we've used the events of the last few weeks, and that has been the brush that has painted a picture of the nation at the moment. And the picture of a nation is what the most vulnerable at that time are actually going through. So if the people are saying that the governance with which we are being led at the moment is wanting, if you don't then, if you're not able to live out what the Constitution guarantees that you can, if you cannot walk out peaceably, for fear of being shot, which in this case is not just a fear, but it's a reality, that people will die, why are we still having these conversations? And I actually agree with the comment that I've seen here, and I'm asking myself the same question. That what are we still talking about?
We should not. In fact, where we are today, the legacy politicians should have left office and allowed the people of Kenya to choose their leadership. Because when you are in public office, it's a public trust. In this particular instance, the trustees have gone rogue. They are not acting in accordance with the public trust that they were bestowed upon. They are not acting in accordance with the Constitution. There's a big disconnect between the people and those legacy politicians. But they insist. They want to superimpose themselves on the people of Kenya. Because if you ask me, even let's say we're talking solutions, what should we be looking at today? We should be looking at William Ruto and his cohorts going back to the drawing board and asking, when did the rain start beating us? Why this big disconnect between us and the people? And the answer is very simple. Go to the Constitution, use as a measure of your conduct in the past even 2 months. Are we living in accordance with our Constitution? And just reclaim the space. Start doing your acts in accordance with what the Constitution provides. When you talk about people saying we are going for remembrance on that day, who said legacy politicians are exempt from remembrance? Yeah. Why did they have to go to Kilifi? Who said they couldn't even also say, okay, fine, as a nation, we are declaring a day of national remembrance. We are all congregating at Holy Family. We pray for our lost souls. And more importantly, the next step is to make sure it never happens again. We call for accountability for those who killed them, the policemen who used firearms to kill these our lost souls. Then third, we can talk compensation of to their families.
Well, the Interior CS, just the other day, State House, when they had the Kenya Police FC, he said that they're having conversations and they want to engage the families of the ones who've lost their loved ones. And he also, by extension, said that the issue shouldn't be politicized and politicians should step aside and allow them to have direct contact with the families so that they can now have discussions and compensation.
Dennis,
yes,
I've been in this country since 2007. And I witnessed the post-election violence. I've been in court with victims of post-election violence, the ones who suffered sexual assault, sexual violence. Some of them were forcefully circumcised, women who were raped. We went to court in 2013, got our judgment in 2020. To date, the victims in petition 122 of 2013 have not been compensated to date. And they have a court order. These are people who are sexually violated. Some forcefully circumcised using blunt objects, broken bottles. They've not been compensated today. I was here in 2017 during the Mandamano after the Supreme Court, the election of 2017. I was Raila's campaign manager. There were victims, including Baby Pendo. I'm in court today challenging and demanding for the prosecution of the police commanders in Kisumu who are responsible for the deaths of 69 people. I was here when Azimio was doing the Aman Sufuria demonstrations. Almost 60 people again plus were killed. I was here last year when over 82 Kenyans were killed. I've been here for the last 1 year. Not a single conversation to discuss compensation. So when you hear legacy politicians like Murkomen talk the way they're talking, they're gaslighting you. Because nothing stops them. Nothing stops them today from saying, even those who you say you are still negotiating, those who have court orders, let's obey them. Let's compensate them. Then, nothing also stops you, because you have the database of all these people, victims, from saying, okay, this is the structured conversation we are having. This is what we are proposing as government to pay as compensation. You even pay before you start the conversation. The sign of goodwill. Yeah, you can say, as a sign of goodwill, we are giving out this much as we initiate the conversation. So that people can say that, indeed, for once, there is a genuine attempt to address our violations. But there's none.
So if it is so clear that there is a total disregard to obeying court orders by this government, as a lawyer, because you've talked about all these victims from all those years up to now, the other day when Murkomen was speaking about compensation to last year's victims, what should happen next?
You know, what I say, and I like it that the Kenyan people are now claiming their space. And because William Ruto by is done, for your information. Him and the Kenyan people is done. My only invitation to the Kenyan people is that when we'll next be choosing the leadership, we must have a people's charter with them. That there are some things that we will call the irreducible minimums that administration, the people's administration, must attend to. And for me, number one on the people's charter will be the question of accountability and compensation. Because we are here where we are because of previous acts of legacy politicians to ignore.
But Wakili, on that charter conversation, I have a problem with it. Yes. And my problem is, when the Kenya Kwanza government was coming into power, there was a conversation around them going around all counties. They did town hall meetings.
Yes.
They were signing off charters in their manifestos and all that. By the time they were coming up with now the final document, they were saying, we have listened to you, we've heard you, Kenya, this is our plan. And they actually called it the plan. And the bottom-up plan. And the people had these hopes and aspirations. They took over power, they said they found there was no money.
what you should pay attention to, those are legacy politicians. And that's why I always use this term, legacy politicians, intentionally.
But if we have another
legacy
politician...
that's why I'm saying, why should we elect legacy politicians?
But no, okay.
In this coming conversation, if you ask me, we should not be discussing legacy politicians. People who have been in our public space, political space, for the last 30 years, their lives have been underwritten by the people of Kenya for the last 30 years. There are Kenyans here who have never paid even a coin for petrol. Those are the legacy politicians. What I'm saying,
yes,
don't use the parameters of legacy politicians to discuss the new Kenya that you want to come to birth. This new Kenya will be a Kenya about. Don't go to look for legacy politicians to sign a charter with, because you know what they are about. They're about lies, deceit. Choose amongst yourselves, Kenyans. Because we are many, we are 50 million. They are only less than 2,000. Choose amongst your 50 million and sign a charter amongst yourselves. And we believe within that 50 million, there will be people who are committed to champion the cause of the people.
My issue, what are the guarantees?
What are the guarantees?
This new person, this new face.
The guarantee I'm telling you is, number one, is don't choose from the legacy politicians, because their politics is informed by deceit.
Because then there would be no guarantee. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, there's no guarantee with the legacy politician. That's all they know. Their DNA is about deceit. That's who they are. You can't run away from it. Then number two, as you ask me, the people must maintain what I call eternal vigilance. Eternal vigilance, that within the first 2 months or even the first month of an administration, if you see even any change in a comma in the charter,
get them out.
Get them out. We don't have to wait. Power is in the hands of the people.
Okay, I want to take a break and come back, and because we say it all the time, it sounds really great to hear that power actually is in the hands of the people. How do we exercise then, or manifest or practice that power? Advocate Wakili Willis is with us in the studio today, coming out of a very dark day. Let's not forget that people died yesterday and that people are fighting for their lives in hospital right now. Some people haven't had the privilege of then being able to be taken to hospital, and some folks are actually fighting or nursing their wounds at home or in some kind of shelter. And this is all against the backdrop of what governance would look like or what it needs to be for Kenya. This is the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. We'll continue when we come back from this break and into this conversation. Our live streams on YouTube, Facebook and on X, and this is our audience on KTN. Looking at cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning at 15 degrees. It's sunny at 13 into Nakuru and mostly sunny at 15 in Nyeri. Eldoret is sunny at 12 and it is mostly cloudy at 23 in Mombasa with cloudy conditions at 24 in Malindi. It's sunny at 19 in Kisumu while sunny at 18 in Kakamega. Kampala is sunny at 20 while Dar es Salaam at 23 is mostly sunny this morning already. 9 degrees and clear in Johannesburg, while Mogadishu at 26 is sunny. Addis Ababa is sunny at 14. Partly cloudy at 26 in Lagos, while Kinshasa is cloudy at 22. We're looking at a cloudy afternoon into Beijing at 29 and light rain at 19 in Paris, while it's cloudy at 19 in London and 29 degrees and cloudy in New York, coming into Thursday, highs of 29 and lows of 20. All right, so what's happening now with traffic? It's actually still pretty busy coming off the Thika Superhighway, but then as you get past the Allsops Junction, heading out towards Muthaiga Square, we're not seeing too much traffic there. Then you get around to Muranga Road and then to the junction at Wangari Maathai, and that is already busy. So heavy traffic coming in on the Thika Superhighway, but again after that you're doing okay. Some traffic then on Jogo Road out towards Landis. Landis, by the way, inbound traffic is bumper to bumper. As you come off of Ngong Road, you're fine getting into the city, and also a little bit of traffic starting to form on Naivasha Road. The southern bypass looks pretty good, and traffic is building on Magadi Road heading out towards Langata Road. But apart from that, we're doing okay. The eastern bypass with some traffic then heading out towards North Airport Road. Is this the beginnings of it as we are entering into traffic hour? Keep us abreast of what's going on in your neck of the woods, and we'll keep it moving. Let's talk SpiceFM, KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's now 19 minutes to 8 o'clock, and Wakili Willis Otieno is here with us this morning. I mean, conversations around this is where we are, and we can't often have a conversation about where we are going if we don't look at where we've come from and where we currently are. I mean, historically, it demands that we do that. So even if we are at the moment under this gloomy, position, especially because the cries of death and injury and destruction are very loud, and that's what paints the picture for this umbrella under which we are currently. And then we move to the point where we say that something needs to be done about this, that it cannot be the case where Kenyans have to die, whereby things have to be destroyed, whereby the fear is essentially what you smell when you wake up every day. It cannot be in a space whereby we are saying it is progressive and that there's leadership in place and that there's good governance. But then when we were going on the break, you said, you know what? The power belongs to the people to change. That's okay. And I think about my possessions and I think about my belongings. They are mine. And then I can do with them then as I wish. But then also that doesn't preclude somebody from then coming to take that thing from me that belongs to me. But what I do with it then is very important. So we say it all the time that the power belongs to the people, but are we actually using that thing that belongs to us for what we want to see? And how do we actually do that? Because essentially what you're saying is that the exercise of voting is how you use that power, no?
Power belongs to the people. And our Constitution Article 1 is very clear. It's all sovereignty belongs to the people of Kenya and shall be exercised in accordance with the Constitution, either directly or indirectly. What you witness today on the streets are Kenyans exercising their direct sovereignty, allowed, permissible in the Constitution. Then there's the second limb of through democratically elected representatives. As it is, the ones who are last elected, they've lost the public trust. They've lost the legitimacy to continue governing because they are not leading in accordance with the social contract as captured in the Constitution. That is why the people are out on the streets, exercising their sovereignty directly and demanding for better. And for me, if you ask me, there's even nothing wrong if the people at some point says, no, you have to get out even before you finish your term. That is permissible in our Constitution. And even if it gets to election time, that's why I'm saying the Kenyan people must, in choosing a new leadership, be very clear that you even create what I call a spiritual document, the People's Charter. It's a bond that we don't even have to write it down, these people's charter. It must be an understanding. It is so obvious, just like somebody says, it's obvious that a man or a woman will fall asleep at some point during the day. Within that 48-hour cycle, you will fall asleep. It is so obvious, or you'll eat something to stay alive. This should be something that a commitment that even to think of breaking it becomes impossible. A leadership that is elected based on a social consciousness of why they are elected.
These ones, I'm sorry, Wakili. Does that consciousness exist?
It exists. If it didn't exist,
where does it exist? Because this is a thing that we often talk about other jurisdictions, right? And we use that as it as examples all the time. And we say, I mean, what's the one famous one that we had the other a couple of years ago? That there was that was a train crash, Greece, along those lines. Even before questions were asked, what happened? Who was involved? Did somebody not do their job? Even before there was any kind of investigation or interrogation, the Minister for Transport did what?
He resigned.
He said, you know what? Before anybody can even ask any question, I bear the ultimate responsibility here. And before anybody can ask a question, I'm going to step back so that we can actually see what happened. And then I can also that consciousness was very clear and it's very poignant. And we could see that this thing actually exists. That's not something you buy. That's not something that you sit in a class and somebody teaches you. It is innate.
Yes.
So it seems as though we are saying here that there's a shop somewhere that you can go and buy this.
I'm not saying that. I'm simply telling you, legacy politicians don't have it. Yeah, you know who doesn't have it. But the people who I see on the streets, the Kenyans that I see every day, coming together, not united by tribe, but united by a demand for a better country. They have that consciousness. It is only that our politics, for the longest time, almost 60 years, has been informed by legacy politicians. Who to whom, what is their consciousness? It is self-aggrandizement. It is not about the people, but about themselves. So, in this political moment, all I'm saying is that the people, when they will get to that point of donating their sovereignty back, they should not donate it to legacy politicians. They should donate it to those within themselves who share a similar consciousness. Those are the ones that can live true to what we are talking about.
Wakili, these legacy politicians you keep referring to, and then I'll hand it over to Aseto. The composition of these legacy politicians, there was a time, there was a clamor to have new leadership, youthful leadership in this country. And the aspirations around that moved people then to vote in blocks to get in, for example, in parliament, very young politicians in parliament, in government spaces. Yet, years later, we look back, and I keep repeating this time and time again, the quality of conversations and debates even in parliament among the youthful ones that people had hopes on, the ones now who sit in government, look at the composition, average age of 50 and below. There's such a disappointment. What then guarantees that with these new faces we see on the streets, unajua, there's something Tegagwe said once when he was appointed to be the CS health docket during COVID. He said when he entered there, he was willing to work, but he was fighting cartels and he was fighting these forces. What guarantees these new faces that will take over from legacy politicians that they will not be swallowed up by these ghosts and these cartels?
You know, that's true what you say.
Yeah.
But the young members of parliament you're talking about, most of them have also been captured by the legacy politicians. They are part of that system. There is no change in them. In fact, they are toddlers. They are children of the legacy politicians, politically speaking. That's the system that they reign into office. What I'm talking about is a complete, total wipeout. Fagia wote.
Drain the swamp,
Drain the swamp, yes. Fagia wote. These who've been part of this legacy politics, they must all go. Who said that teacher in Kakdinu primary school, who people in that community know his conduct and his consciousness about the common good, should not be elected as a member of parliament in Karachuonyo? Why must it just be the same old faces every day? So it's about draining the swamp. We are 50 million. I've told they're less than 2,000. Legacy politicians, they're surrogates. They're less than 2,000. All they've mastered is the art of manipulation. They manipulate you to always just choose one of them. And the last example I always, my favorite, I normally give, in the last election, Raila and Ruto were presidential candidates. Martha and Gachagua were running mates. Kalonzo was previously running mate to Raila. Today, the presidential candidates on one side, the running mates on one side. And then you tell me that in between these two, you can achieve what we are talking about. You cannot. It is the same crop of leaders. So me, I'm simply saying it's about Fagia water. Let all of them go. Let's now choose from within the rest of us, 50 million. Choose the best who represents this consciousness. And as Du says, it doesn't have to be written even anywhere. It is something that must be innate in you. That I'm here to serve. I'm not here to be rewarded.
Wakili, even as we talk about draining the swamp and having a crop of new leaders, and that it must be innate in us, we also need to go back and look at the system that makes all these things happen. So we talk about the IEBC, let's talk about the judiciary, let's talk about the security agencies in the country that then would all come together to ensure that this idea that you're talking about is realized. As you speak, it seems as though these systems are rigged, or these systems are meant to work in a certain direction. So as we talk about making sure that these things do work, how do we get it if it's all messed up?
Didn't you see those systems collapse yesterday? Didn't they collapse on the 25th of June last year? They collapsed again yesterday. When people in their numbers claim their space, united in one accord to speak and to champion only one cause, it's over for them. No system can withstand that kind of human emotion and demands. They cannot. Those systems that we're talking about, as part of the consequences of draining the swamp, even them, we are going to uphold them, overhaul all of them. When police, my favorite submission to the people of Kenya is one thing. Why should we not have civilian police oversight at every police station? That we say, in every police station, there must be a local community oversight committee that has a right to enter into a police station, to inspect the OB book, to inspect the armory, confirm when policemen are given firearms, who was given what firearm, how many bullets, what was the return, if you used a bullet when you went out, how did you use it, did you record the incident, was anybody injured, did anybody die as a result of the use of that firearm. Then they even have a right to inspect the police cells and say, why are these people being held here? Why have they not been taken to court? Why have they not been given cash bail? It's a bailable offense. This is so and so son, we know him lives in our community. Release him in bail, even free bail, free bond. We know we'll make sure he comes to court. We'll bring him to court. The community civilians taking control of their policing. And even the OCPD in charge of every police division. Why should he be a policeman? Appointed by legacy politicians. That OCPD, in my view, should be elected by the people in that division. Because now he's responsible, he's answerable to the people on how policing is done in his division. So that if you have an unmarked vehicle of men wearing balaclavas and civilian clothing shooting around at his citizens, they can go to him and ask him, what are you doing to us? Who are these men? Why have they not been apprehended? How are they operating within our police locality? That is what I say. It's about power in the hands of the people. So even these instruments of oppression, we must, in the fullness of time, hand them over to the people. As it is now, OCPD is here. If Ruto calls any of them, if the man was sitting, he will stand up and salute even on the phone. Why? Because he's beholden to a legacy politician.
I hear what, it's... Because then my mind starts to work around the processes for this thing to happen. And that if truly the change that Kenya is seeking needs to happen whereby the swamp is drained, right? Because then it's said so many times until it's almost become cliche that you can't keep doing the same things over and over again in the same manner and expect that you'll have a different outcome, except for where the recipe is clear. If you want to bake a cake, you put together eggs, flour, sugar, whatever. You put it in the oven, put it in for a period of time, you will get a cake. Except for when it's formulaic and it's dependent on that recipe, you get the thing. But aren't we kind of looking at the same thing here? If you have individuals then who make up units into communities, if they have this innate conscience working to ensure that they have good governance, you put it together, you put it in the oven, you bring out individuals who will then be able to govern properly. That's the kind of formula that we need here. But the question is, where and how do you now get people to start to coalesce around an idea? Not people, to coalesce around the idea that it is them, it is us, who are then going to be involved in a process that will bring out what we are looking for. It's not somebody else over there who's going to do it. It is not somebody from another country who will then come and tell you this is the way in which you should go. But it requires people to be involved. Are we at that place? Have we gotten to the point where people are going to say, well, we can't depend on anybody to do it for us. We have to do it for ourselves?
I do believe
we are there.
I do believe we are. That is why yesterday you witnessed a congregation of Kenyans in Nairobi, in numbers never seen in the history of the earth, united in one accord, not to champion a political cause, but to champion a people's agenda, that we want accountability and we want good governance. That's all they were asking. And not even mobilized by any legacy politician. Self-mobilized. When you see people in those numbers coming out on their own, you cannot even say that there was a Raila Odinga somewhere who was saying, Tunaenda maandamano. No. It was people consciously saying, we are going to do this. And the numbers you saw in the streets have never been seen in Nairobi in the history of the earth. What mobilized them? If not what I'm calling the self-consciousness of innately all those young people, and even the old who joined them, were not on the streets because they were being pushed by a political agenda. No. It was about a self-consciousness to demand for a better country, accountability and good governance. And they did it in numbers beyond what legacy politicians, even Raila Odinga in his best times, when he was the king of the streets, he never got those kind of numbers.
If you drain the swamp, Willis, because a lot of the things that we're talking about are systemic, aren't they? Look across board. When you want to talk about, what we see happening in the police, even with the reforms that took place and the report that we saw from Chief Justice Emeritus David Maraga, that these things are systemic, that it's almost as though there's an unwritten rule, a chain of command that you must follow once you get into the system for which you will operate. When you get into certain ministries, there's a reason why, for example, the Ministry of Health is called Mafia House. It's a systemic way of doing things that for years people have known. It doesn't matter. Even if you come here tomorrow, Willis, this is the thing and that's how it's going to happen. It doesn't matter where you go. This kind of system we see of rot is so deeply embedded that I have to ask the question, and these are the things that then display in the frustration that people feel that take them to the streets because it's not working here, it's not working here, it's not working here. That idea of impunity is everywhere. So if we say we drain the swamp, does it then take away this systemized impunity that is currently the bane of the existence of Kenya today? Does it take that away?
It does. And let me put it this way. You must first understand what even makes those systems to thrive. Those systems thrive in the sense that the people have totally donated their sovereignty, and now they are going to run to the legacy politicians. In my proposal, I'm simply saying, when we are going to donate power to an elected group, we are going to make sure that there are so many levels of people participation, direct participation, in terms of constituting some of those boards. That's what I'm saying. Elections, for example, the police system that is captured. In fact, the police in Kenya today is a tool of legacy politicians used to oppress the people. That's its main objective. That's why you walk into a police station, the police sees you as an enemy. Unataka nini? Mbona uko kuja jana? Toka, niko busy, rudi siku ingine. You are like an enemy. You understand? Now, we must break that system of police oppression. And how do we do it? I'm saying, let civilians elect their local committee from within their own community. So Dennis Okari, where he lives, he goes there and they have a meeting at their local police station as a community. They elect Dennis Okari and others to become a committee in charge of that police. They are the ones administratively in charge of the police station.
Like the American system where we have sheriffs.
The sheriff system, how it works. You are answerable to the people. The policemen will be hired the usual way, but in terms of administrative control and oversight, is in the hands of the local community. That is when now you enhance, you break those chains you're talking about. So that if tomorrow somebody goes to a police station and a police officer asks them, unataka nini? He knows, I have my local representative who oversees this policeman who is talking to me rudely. They are able to call him and ask him, why are you talking to our civilians like that?
Exactly.
That's not your duty. In fact, you're supposed to salute your civilian when you see him.
When you see him, because you're working for him, essentially.
To serve him.
I'd like us to interrogate this conversation just a little bit more, and that you're here, I think we'll take advantage of that. So stay on just a little bit longer, shall we? Well, let's take a break at this point, and then we'll come back and we'll continue. It's now 8 o'clock. This is the Situation Room. The conversation continues after this.
Spice up your life.
Edwin Lisamira. Police officers on Wednesday bombarded protesters in Nairobi with countless tear gas canisters and bullets in a day that saw the government's fear of dissent reach hysterical levels. Nonetheless, the young people, armed with flags, placards, whistles, smartphones and papas, forced a holiday on the country. Thousands skipped work as Nairobi's city centre and other cities and towns turned into spaces of remembrance and resistance. Families of Gen Zs who were killed in last year's protests were however disappointed as they accused senior security officials of failing to honor promises made to protect them during the commemorative protest. Led by the mother of Rex Masai, they called on the government to allow them to plant flowers at their children's graves in peace.
Mama Rex hapa, nimekasirishwa sana na hii serikali. Tuliwapatia barua ya kwamba tutakuja hapa kwenda kupanda maua kwa familia za wenye walikufiwa na watoto wao. Nashangaa sana mbona wakaleta hiyo polisi. Kuanzia asubuhi tuko hapa na haya ndio maua hatujapanda na twende nyumbani bila kupanda. Tunaomba ule alitupea ruhusa ambia watu wake wakuje watuchukue sisi kama familia twende tukapande maua kwa makaburi za watoto wetu. Asanteni na watupatie security.
At the same time, the mother of another fallen hero, Ibrahim Kamau, expressed similar concerns.
IG Kanja, mulitu promise na mkakuja wazi mbele ya screens. Mkituambia mnatu protect mpaka tupeleke maua. Sisi tunaomba tangu asubuhi saa 4 tulifika hivi. Tulipotokanyaga tu hivi nje hii mlango. Mulitupiga na tear gas, mkatukimbiza. Mpaka saizi tuko town tuna demand kuweka maua na sisi wazazi hapa tumekasirika na hii serikali. Kwa nini mnatufanyia hivi? Mnatu promise mnadanganya watu hapa nje mko na sisi na kumbe mko na sisi. Mko kivyenyu mnatupiga bure bure.
Meanwhile, former Chief Justice David Maraga and 2027 presidential hopeful kept his word to work with Gen Z as he was tear gas alongside the young people protesting in Nairobi.
And what I have told them and I continue telling them, let us have a peaceful demonstration. That's what is important. We want the constitution to be respected. We want human life to have value. That's all.
This even comes as the government has been sued for barricading roads heading to the Nairobi CBD and cordoning off Parliament and State House. The human rights group Katiba Institute, which filed the case on Wednesday, argues that the Kenya Kwanza administration violated the law and the constitution out of sheer fear of its own citizens. President William Ruto on Wednesday used a funeral service in Kilifi County to call for calm and order as Kenyans marked the first anniversary of the 2024 Gen Z anti-tax protests. President Ruto emphasized the need for peaceful demonstrations and condemned the violence, vandalism and theft reported in some areas. He stressed the importance of national unity and lawful conduct, reminding citizens that it's their responsibility to safeguard peace in the country.
Na mimi nataka nimshukuru kaka yetu mkubwa Raila Amolo Odinga kwa kukubali ya kwamba tuunganishe taifa letu la Kenya.
tushikanishe pamoja, kwa sababu ya muhimu ni taifa letu la Kenya, ndio tuweze sio kuendesha siasa siku baada ya nyingine, wiki baada ya nyingine, mwezi baada ya mwingine, mwaka baada ya mwingine, lakini tuchangie sehemu kubwa ya maendeleo ya taifa letu la Kenya. Uchaguzi ni jambo la siku moja.
ODM leader Raila Odinga, who also attended the funeral, echoed the call for peace while defending the constitutional right to protest. He also urged the government to compensate victims of past protests and criticize politicians engaging in early campaigns, saying constant political noise undermines national development. Thailand is trying to rein in its free-wheeling marijuana market. The government has approved new measures which will soon restrict consumption of the drug to those with a doctor's prescription, in the hope that this will help regulate an industry some describe as out of control. The public health minister has also said that consumption of marijuana will be criminalized again, although it's unclear when that could happen. Ever since the drug was decriminalized in 2022, there has been a frenzy of investment. There are now around 11,000 registered cannabis dispensaries in Thailand. That's the Newswire. I'm Adrian Lisamir.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Traffic.
All right, so let's take a look. So we're getting into traffic hour proper this morning. What's happening? Coming off of Thika Superhighway, we saw some traffic that was coming in quite heavy from Githurai and then finding its way onto the Thika Superhighway, but we're fine here until you get to then that Allsops junction. Then it opens up and then you have some traffic then heavy as you get into the city via Muranga Road and then Wangari Maathai Way on the other bumper to bumper right around Shiromo. That's busy there. Also, as you come off of Jogo Road, bumper to bumper through towards Landis Road, which then is heavy. Southern Bypass is looking good. Eastern Bypass with traffic then touching on North Airport Road. People are out and about in the city today. And then on Outer Ring in and outbound as you touch on that Embakasi Loop. So it's a buzz of activity around. Tell us where you might be stuck. If you find a good route, let's share the word as well. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Continuing with our conversations this morning, and I have to ask you that, do you have a passion for seeing a better Kenya? If you do, you're not alone. The I&M Foundation, which is the social investment arm of I&M Bank, says, you know what, we are interested in this as well, and making sure that things like environmental conservation come front and center of these initiatives, with using about 2% of the annual profit and it goes towards this social investment. It's the highest contribution in the Kenya banking sector, and so they're focusing on vital areas like education and also on enabled giving, and it just goes across board. So they're saying, you know what, we believe in impact across board. And if you're also interested in seeing how this impact and how you can put in a collaborated effort, what we need you to do is find out more information on imbankgroup.com/foundation to find out more. And this is powered by I&M Bank.
Well, if you're trying to save some money, especially now with the things that are going on in this country, very, very important. But are you finding it hard to save either way? What about when you need to buy something today? Well, I&M Bank has you covered. Achieve your dreams with the Fikisha Gold's savings account, the easy digital way to save for what matters most. And for your immediate needs, use I&M's Buy Now, Pay Later, purchase items from your favorite stores now and pay in affordable installments. So save for tomorrow while living comfortably today. Get started now. Open your individual or solo biz account today via the I&M On The Go app.
Wakili Willis Otieno is our guest this hour, and we've been looking at, all of this that we've been seeing happening over the last years. And then it seems as though the push and pull for better governance and leadership then is getting tighter, and that the voices are getting louder in terms of what is being asked for. When we look at policy decisions being made, when we look at all things that we talk about benchmarking and we talk about appointments and things like that, are we saying that in the current dispensation that all of those things don't matter if you don't have the right people who then are doing the job? Because this all then manifests itself in the cries that you hear that if we had the right people in government, if we had the right people in leadership doing the right thing, we would not have mothers crying for the death of their sons. We would not have fathers pleading and begging, asking where their children are. We would not have people saying, I can't afford to send my children to school. We would not have people lining up at hospitals and saying, we cannot get the help that we need because we don't have enough money. Would we say that this change that people are asking for, and I just segue just a little bit because I saw two young women yesterday on the in the middle of the street, and they said, you know what, we don't have, took my mother to hospital, I don't have the money to treat her, and what they're asking for I can't pay. That's why I'm in the street today. That's what I'm asking for. That's the help that I'm asking for. So are we saying that if you drain the swamp, Willis, as you had said before, and that you then put in the person who is leading by example in a school, or the person who is leading by example in their community, put that person in a position of leadership, will we start to see the diminishing of these issues?
The most important thing that we must look out for is the intent. What is the underlying intent in every decision that is being made, in every action? What we have today in Kenya is a governance system whose intent is self-aggrandizement. That's the unspoken rule, the unspoken word. It's not about service. What I'm raising is that we need to have within leadership and public space people whose intent is informed by a desire for the common good. Because that now informs even that little decision that you're making. You know that whatever I'm doing, how does it contribute to the common good? Not how does it contribute to me aggrandizing wealth for myself. What we have is a system where people wake up in the morning and all they're thinking about is how can I accumulate, how can I cut corners to make a quick buck for myself, not to contribute to the common good. That is the major difference. So that as we drain the swamp, the drained swamp must be replaced by a national social consciousness that whatever you are going to do, you are doing it for the common good. What are the values that inform our existence, our interactions with the fellow citizens? If there is no value system, then forget about it. Today, we don't have any value system in this country. In fact, the value system is now emerging using the young people led demonstrations. That's why now we are talking about the values of human life, the values of humanity, so to speak. But previously, our values have been all about, I just need to get myself into public space, and I use it as an opportunity to accumulate for myself.
Let's talk about those legacy politicians for a minute and now go and think the future. Let's assume we're in agreement that we need to drain the swamp. How do we do that? It's through an election. Now, when you talk about an election here, there's a conversation when it should actually be held. 2027, you have the argument it should actually be before 2027.
The Constitution, not me.
The Constitution says it should not be 2027. Well, when we talk about elections, we have the head of state, who's President William Ruto, saying, look, I'm not going to hand over power to people who are just screaming one term. They have no solutions to Kenyans. Doesn't work like that. You have his foot soldiers who have time and time again, in not so many words said, look, we can't just have a president sitting in 5 years and you think you can just eject him. We have tools and means to make sure that he actually goes beyond the 5 years, or even we change the constitution. We say, you know what, he's going to rule for another 20 years. Those undertones that he's not going to let go that easily. But constitutionally, we look at numbers. Do you think in 2027 or even before the elections, it will be easy constitutionally to get him out? Because the streets may not work for now, as we see. There are channels to get a president out legally. But when you talk about numbers, galvanizing around voting blocks, what do you see? What's your reading?
Let me start by saying this. I'm one person who believes in the act of the impossible. And I will never say that the streets cannot be away or removing. It is away, and it remains away. Time will tell. But let me say this. Number one, William Ruto does not need to hand over power. He can stay with it. In our constitution, in our laws, we don't have handing over power. We have assumption of office of the president-elect. He assumes office. This is not a monarchy. This is not William Ruto's kingdom where he says, I'm handing over power to the next person. No, you don't hand over power. You can stay with it. What we have, this is a democracy, a republic. Once the people have donated their sovereignty to the person they've elected, that person assumes office. So what we have is assumption of office, not handing over of power. But if in his mind he thinks that it's him who will hand over power, I'm sorry. The next elected person will assume office as he's protesting, as he's shouting, as he's making all the manner of noises that he wants to make. It is right to make the noises. But the person will assume office as president. So we should not even pay attention to his talk about handing over power. There is no room for handing over power here. What we have is the person assuming office. Number two, I want to say this. Forget about William Ruto. Even if you look at the legacy politics, way of doing politics and the elections, in terms of votes, that man needs 8 million votes. The person who will be elected president next in Kenya will need 8 million votes.
Assuming that, the number of people who registered to vote are certain, or people who actually voted.
We are talking of a register of 22 million votes, registered voters. And I'm being very conservative.
Yes.
And I'm saying, give or take, you have voter turnout of 16 billion. Remember, the voter register is 22 million as today. I'm just saying you need a minimum of 8 million. And I'm taking into account that maybe some people have died, some people are not going to turn out to vote, some people are offering essential services, they can't appear at the registration centers. So I've put them at around 6 million. So he needs, the person who's going to be elected will need a minimum 8 million votes. Tell me in this country, where will William Ruto get 8 million votes? And I want to tell you this. Moi, legacy politician, Moi used to win and be elected president by only 33% of the votes. Look at what Moi had. That time, the vote was based on simple majority. First past the post, you are elected president. Now that has moved. We now have 50% plus one. Okay? And Moi had the entire Kalenjin area. He had almost the entire coast, save for parts of Mombasa. He had the entire Ma community. He had the entire Kisii region. He had the entire Northeastern. He had the entire Ukambani. And all that was giving him 33%. What does William Ruto have if we're using the legacy politicians' lenses?
But Wakili, as well as Ruto himself has said, you know what, saizi ni mambo ya kufanya kazi, I'm focused on working. Come election time, tukutane ground and nitawapiga straight. So as we sit here, there is now the question of...
That is what I call the confidence of a fool. Yes, as you sit here.
Yeah, as you sit now, there is voices that are coming across board. There are the young people who are calling for this new regime, and we also have the legacy politicians who are determined to say we are also here to stay. So then, are we able to turn these voices, say the young vote, the youth vote, to finally get to register and even vote to assure the new dispensation?
You know, as it is, in fact, sometimes when I hear people say that, oh, the young people have not voted, they won't register as voters, now they will not turn out to vote. What the young people are championing, the cause they're championing, it's not like these young people, they come to the streets, they champion their cause, and they go back to heaven. They go back to the community, they live within us. They represent our common feelings. It is the feelings that permeates into every generation, even the old. It is not that the legacy politicians have a lock and barrel of voters who are not living in this economy, are not seeing what the young people are championing. They exist here. So, the young people, what they've done is they've given a voice to the common feeling of all Kenyans. So don't expect that on election day that the persons who will turn out to vote will have a different feelings from what our young people have been expressing. They will just now be going to actualize that feelings through a ballot. And that feeling, as I'm telling you, it's a feeling that we are birthing a new republic. It is about the Kenyan people finally finding their voices and demanding for a better country. Ole wao to the legacy politicians. Wajinga wamerevuka hapa Kenya. And kima chao ki motoni. And the people will be voting in one accord to send all of them home.
But you know they're saying, I have the Kalenjin vote and also Baba joined me. So
it's okay. I've said, it's okay. They can continue. I saw in Eldoret people are demonstrating yesterday. I saw in Kericho people are demonstrating yesterday. But legacy politicians will desire to take Kenyans down the tribal path. That let us caucus based on tribes. And you are seeing it a lot, especially from some wings in the ODM cycle, trying to push the tribal narrative that, oh, this is not our fight. These are fights to do of which region. No. This is a fight for the people of Kenya. Victor Tieno Odhiambo, the young man who was shot yesterday, is a Luo. Victor Odhiambo was out on the streets, not as a Luo, but as a Kenyan, a young man agitating for good governance, for a country, an economy that makes meaning to him. Unfortunately, the police shot him in the head and he died. Then you have somebody trying to gaslight Jaluos that no, that is not our fight. We should keep off. We are now in government. What do you mean you're in government? You're in government, but last night in Sindo, there's a mother who is not able to access healthcare services. There's a school kid today in Sogomere who has not gone to school for lack of school fees. Today in the morning, you have a young boy in Nyawita who's been unemployed for the last 3 years. He is now reduced to doing menial jobs, and for the last 3 days he's not gotten a job. The menial jobs, even to feed himself. Last night he got a meal from his neighbor to survive. And you're telling them that now, don't demand for a country that works for you because you're in government, just because you have 2 CS slots. Legacy politicians are in government when we must tell them the truth. Those are legacy politicians who are in government. They should stop gaslighting the people of Kenya.
And Willis, that brings me back to my question, is that is there a connect? Is there a connect between what governance does and these examples that you give?
There is.
Do we really have an understanding that because of what somebody does or doesn't do, because of corruption, because of impunity, that is why the woman who seeks medical care then cannot get it because certain things have not been done? Because from where I sit, until and unless that there is a direct visible connection between how this governance works and what you see manifested, until you see that connect, that this is directly connected to the other, it will greatly affect the decision that you make when you go to the ballot. Or in this case, it will not.
You know what happens, and we thank God for mobile phones. Kenyans are now more analytical than they were 5 years ago. And in terms of access to information, Kenyans are now in the information age. You will even think that somebody may be deep in the village does not have access to information. They have. Just with a phone, that person is able to participate actively in what the young man in Nairobi is participating in. Just on the click of a button. So there is a connect. And Kenyans are now being more aware. They are breaking down what is the cause of their problems. And they understand these governance challenges they are facing. And the role of political leadership in making the situation worse or better for them. When you talk about that lady who's not gone to hospital last night from Sindo, she knows it's because of shift share. Why? She was told, you must pay yearly. Her assessed contribution was 1,030 per month. Now she's been told she must pay the whole amount, 10,000, almost 900, before she can be treated. This is a lady who does not have a job. She survives on subsistence farming. She's now sick. She can't even go to her own farm. And she knows who came up with shift share. Legacy politicians. So she can connect. And so she's saying, these are the people who are causing me my economic pain. These are the people who are causing me my health to deteriorate. Whereas before, at NHIF, I could pay 300 shillings and get some basic comfort. Now, you expect me to pay 10,000 shillings up front to access healthcare services? I don't have it. What do I do?
How do we turn the conversation? With all carefulness here, how do we turn the conversation from plainly, the president must go, to a full direct understanding of him going and somebody else coming in? Right, to lead means that the people are directly involved in their own governance. That this person that you have lent your power to then be able to lead over time and to ensure that certain things work, that you're going to be vested every day. How do we turn it from this isn't working and this person must go to bringing in somebody new and now understanding fully that we're not just going to allow it to be business as usual, that you must actually be vested in an everyday kind of governance, essentially working out your governance with fear and trembling daily.
In problem solving, there are different phases. Phase one is identifying the problem. The phase we are in is phase one. The Kenyan people have identified the problem to be legacy politicians, at the moment led by William Ruto. So we've identified the problem. So you break down the math. The math is the problem. Now we'll start working on the solution. So phase two will be about the Kenyan people now interrogating that solution. What kind of leader do we want? Previously, Raila Odinga for the longest time has been what I can say the face of championing social change. A role that he has played over a long period of time. But today, he's not even seen as the one leading the conversation of the people of Kenya.
He's not.
The people are doing it on their own. And even the other politicians on that side, none of them is emerging as the rallying point for this conversation. So it tells you the minds of the people is still not yet in that phase of saying this is our leader. They are still doing the question of identifying the problem and assigning it a role and a face. And that face is William Ruto. So the problem must be removed. Then we'll go to the next phase, which is the solution. The solution will be we rejected the legacy politicians because of ABCD. The solution must aspire to the following. And the leader will emerge naturally. Because you've now known what the problem is, you know what you don't want, and you know what you want going forward. If it was that Kenyans are just doing it for Ruto must go, as that's the only solution. By now, you will have seen carelessly anybody becoming the leader of the movement. Kenyans will have picked anything other than Ruto. But they have not. Everybody is still being looked at from a distance.
So
even the ones who try to propel themselves to lead, no one has accepted them.
So I guess what I'm looking for is what's to guarantee, not even from the point of leadership, that this new person from whoever it will be, I'm not even from that point of leadership, but what's to guarantee that the people of Kenya will now, with whoever comes in, will be vested in making sure that this governance is lived out day to day. And I'm giving the example of this country, small country in the northwestern part of Europe, Switzerland, whereby they live this out daily. You cannot build a road in a neighborhood in Switzerland without the people being involved. Because number one, their money is going to be spent. They understand to a T this thing of having delegated their power to somebody who sits in a position of representation. But just because we voted for you doesn't mean we're going to leave you to now start running the thing as though it was your own, shop. That they've understood. This thing that we're talking about is innate in the leadership, it's innate in the people, whereby there's going to be responsibility, there's going to be proper management, there's going to be accountability. It is something that we haven't practiced. And I don't know that if it is it's a traditional African thing whereby we say, okay, so there's a leader over there, and because they're a leader, whether it's by birth or whether it is by appointment, that they can continue doing their thing over there, and we reserve the right to complain when something hasn't gone right. Now, if we are saying that times are changing, that we've seen things in a manner in which we've never seen them before, what is to guarantee that this shift for leadership is also going to be a shift in the minds of people, whereby you hold a leader responsible at whatever level from minute to minute? Do we have the bandwidth for that, or are we still split between that and bread and butter issues?
I have faith that we have the bandwidth for that, and I say that because of this. We have rightfully identified the problem. We now know what the problem is. Trust the same people who, unmobilized, come out in their numbers to champion for a cause. When the time comes to identify that leader who they desire, they will equally apply the same parameters that were used in removing this last one on how to choose the next one. And there will be eternal vigilance. The Kenyan people have tested power in their hands. They're not going back. In the run-up to yesterday, there were people who felt that maybe it will be a low turnout. People have lost interest. Many times people have been discussing here, pundits that are called on media saying how the Gen Z revolution, the spirit has died, has waned. It has not. It is something that we tested power. The Kenyan people tested power. The power in their hands. It will never die. And going forward, the template will be, if the people just even smell a whiff that you are going outside the social contract, they'll be on your neck. And I assure you, no leader wants to see people on the streets agitating or baying for his blood. As a politician, you'll want to see people on the streets celebrating your successes, not demanding for your resignation. Don't think that William Luvai sits today that he's happy at the police operation yesterday. He's not. Because he knows, as those guns were being shot, those tear gas guns were being shot, I'm sure somebody in Center was telling him, and he was asking how far are the gunshots from the vicinity. Can you hear them? Before you know it, it's like zinaongezeka, zimekaribia kidogo, ationgeza watu. He's a human being. He's not an immortal. He responds to our human emotions. So I'm sure if he had more and more gunshots or tear gas canisters flying, he was wondering that, are they anywhere closer to the State House? Are they coming for me? At the end of the day, you realize that even those guns can only protect you for this long. You are human, and you want to be safe. So also that new person, he must.
You know, what you've said is just an indicator that even the leadership that we have right now know exactly where we are and where the country is at, and that all there is trying to have a big chest and say, I can control this. But even while at it, one would ask, if the country is saying something, why not just fix it? Or is it just that the legacy politicians have no other way of playing good politics because they have a certain script?
You know, number one, for the legacy politicians, this is the hard work. They are used to the old easy work, the easy way out, which is I pit my tribe against another tribe. We do tribal arithmetics. That's the easy work. And the rewards are that the people are donating their sovereignty to me. I will run the nation without reference to them. Because the intent that informed my ascendancy to office is not to serve, but to self-accumulate, to aggrandize for myself. That's the easy work. So now, you're telling them do the hard work. Have you seen today any minister, any CS wake up at 5 a.m. to go to Kenyatta Hospital to make sure that there's enough supplies for the patients in Kenyatta?
No, but
None.
we saw that
But yesterday, we saw a CS wake up early in the morning to go to Parliament to inspect barbed wires. Why can't you see the CS of health wake up early in the morning today, 5 a.m., to go and check if Kenyatta National Hospital is working? If Bagadi District,
if they've replaced the radiology machine that is denying many people from...
That is the hard work, because that is done every day. They don't want to do the hard work. That man wants to be sleeping. Yesterday, the inspection at Parliament was just to try to scare Kenyans, a show of force, so you don't agitate for what is rightfully yours in the Constitution. But if it was about hard work, we will be seeing CSS waking up at 5 a.m. in the morning. One waking up at Kakamega or this referral hospital, checking on if Kenyans are getting quality care services. Another one will be waking up deep inside Lake Victoria to check to make sure that our fishermen are landing their fishes at the beach and there's a refrigerator that they can store their fish, that doesn't go bad, and they're getting good prices for their produce. Another one will be waking up early in the morning to make sure that the school kids going to school have teachers who are well remunerated waiting for them to receive them in school. You get? But that is the hard work, because that is everyday work. That must be done every day to make it make sense. They don't want to do that.
Okay, let's, all these issues we're discussing, come the next election, get rid of the legacy politicians, drain the swamp, get new, fresh leaders. The issue that we'll still circle back to is the issue of economy. And there's so many economic pain points in this country. And the rallying call for yesterday's anniversary, if we go to last year, was skirting around the finance bill. These young people were looking at the economics of this country. And like you're saying, we can't afford meals. We can't afford to pay for hospitals. We can't afford fees. We don't have jobs. It still goes back to the issues of the economy. Now, I'm looking at the latest IMF debt, the most recent data, which is from May this year, just last month. And African countries with the highest debt to IMF, number one is Egypt, number two is Kenya. The next country, if we talk about the Eastern African region, Ethiopia is number 7. Tanzania is number 10. But Kenya is number 2 among the highest countries with debt to IMF. This is just IMF only. We're not talking about the other debts, consolidating all that. Now, if we talk about the issue of taking over now from this, when this government came into power, they said they inherited empty coffers. So the next government that will take over, if we have the next government taking over, will still go back to this issue of the economy. All these issues we're discussing here can't find solutions if we can't fix the economy. How do you suggest? How do you suggest we can go about it?
The problem of the country today, as a Safina Party, we are very clear. Our problem is debt. You are paying 70% of your revenue goes to debt finance. So out of every 100 Kenya shillings that the Kenyan people pay as tax, 70 shillings goes to debt finance. And our case is, you are not going to make progress without looking at this debt that you are paying for. Is it legal? is it odious? And if it is illegal, why should we pay for it? That is what I say. These legacy politicians cannot open the debt books. Why? Because they know it. They borrowed money in the names of the people of Kenya. The money never landed in Kenya. What landed in Kenya is the obligation to pay. Now they have to keep back to the Kenyan people every year with the new finance bills to increase their taxes, charges, and levies, to charge them more, to pay for debts which never landed in Kenya, didn't finance any singular project. As we are very clear, you will not make any single progress as a country before you deal with the debt problem. And you deal with it this way. Open up that debt book register.
Let's know where we are.
Yeah.
Once you open that register, ask who gave out this money. Because we have been told we are 11 trillion in debt. Where is this project worth 11 trillion in Kenya today?
Yes.
So you gave us money. What were you financing? What project were you financing? None. We are not paying. You gave us money. Where is the parliamentary approval for this debt? Not there. We are not paying. That's an illegal debt. So you gave money to other people in the name of the people of Kenya. The Kenyan people cannot be the sovereign that banks that debt.
But Wakili, you can't say we can't pay this debt or for what you refer to as illegal debt. It's an obligation between government, not individuals.
No. Dennis,
so
let me explain.
Let me finish my question first. So this is an elected government. It's transacting business on behalf of the country, whether illegal or not. Now, in this case, we open the debt books and we say, and we audit, what did you do with this money? So if we find out of the 11 trillion, maybe 5 just got lost somewhere, you still have obligations to pay these debts
Dennis,
to these international lenders.
let me explain to you, Dennis.
Yes.
We are a republic. This is the Republic of Kenya, not the Kingdom of Kenya. A kingdom is run on the whims of the king. A republic, on the other hand, is run on the whims of its constitution and laws. Those laws equally bind the duty bearers, the people who are holding office. So if you are a president of a republic, you are bound by the constitution and the laws of that republic. And anybody interacting with you, dealing with you, locally or internationally, looks at you and knows you are a president, not a king. You are a president subject to the laws of your republic. So you've come to me to borrow money. Right? I am aware that you have the authority to borrow money, but only if your laws give you the authority to borrow money. So they will have a duty to look into your laws. What does the law say about borrowing? What does the law say about debts and project finance and parliamentary approval? Once they ascertain that, okay, your laws say you can only borrow for development projects. Yes, so you want to borrow money to a development project, your laws allow it. Take. Number 2, you must get parliamentary approval. Where is your parliamentary approval? You don't have it? I'm sorry. Go and get it, then come back to us. But you cannot say that because you are the president of the Kenya, you can just go out there and people just start giving you loans and they don't want to do diligence on your laws. Let me finish. Okay. They don't want to do diligence on your laws. Then next time you'll be telling me that the president can walk into a foreign country and hand over the title deed of Kenya, and they take it and say he's the president who gave us. He can't,
but
because it's the laws.
Willis, are you saying IMF and other international lenders have conspired with these people within government to lend this money?
Yes. They have failed to do their due diligence. Previously in Kenya, in the old constitution, we didn't have a PFM provisions, public finance management provisions in the constitution. So the executive had a fiat, an open check on how to borrow and spend the money. But now, since 2010 constitution,
you have regulations.
We have regulations. You have the PFM Act. So IMF and the other international lenders had a duty to do their due diligence. Buyer beware. They have to do their due diligence and confirm before we advance any money to the Republic of Kenya. What does their laws say? And have their laws been complied with in regard to this proposed debt? And they need a duty to ask the government, go and comply with your laws before you can take or you can release this tranche to you.
Wakili, I hear you speak of the laws that guide how we borrow debt, and it's clear, rather it's coming out that there are some laws that were not respected by individuals who hold office.
Yes.
And as we talk about draining the swamp, there is the aspect of drain the swamp, but then again, let justice be served. So individuals who have borrowed, it's about time that they went to the courts.
No, this thing
Not
cannot
necessarily
just,
have borrowed. We said because it's not just
stolen.
borrowed, but
the view that I hold,
justice.
no, it's justice. When you drain the swamp, you don't just drain the swamp and let them get scot-free. People must pay. I mean, you're talking of 11 trillion.
Nothing.
And some of this money, just to tie it up for Dennis, I'll give you the best example, the easiest to understand, which was prosecuted in the public domain, was Eurobond 1. $2 billion US, taken from JP Morgan. $1 billion US can be traced, part of it, central bank exchequer account, part of it used to pay an old debt. 1 billion accounted for.
Dollars.
$1 billion US
Yes.
accounted for. That's almost 130 billion Kenya shillings by today's exchange rate. Another $1 billion US, 130 billion US. When public pressure was put on Noni Rotich, he released redacted SWIFT transaction documents. Redacted. They are showing where the money is coming from, but the recipient is redacted. It ended up in a private account in Qatar. $1 billion US, 130 billion Kenya shillings. Are you telling me that the Kenyan people should pay for that 1 billion lying in somebody's private account in Qatar? No. That is an odious debt. It's illegal to the people of Kenya, because even JP Morgan ought to have known when you are releasing this 1 billion Kenya US dollars, did they have parliamentary approval? Number two, was it going to finance a project? Which project was it that you're financing? Where are the project documents? You need to satisfy yourself. But you cannot just say that because it was the president or it was the CS Treasury or the accountant general who walked into your offices and says, here I am, my appointment letter. You just give them money and you expect the Kenyan people to go and underwrite that illegal debt. No. That debt cannot be paid by the people of Kenya. And it is those debts, this is just one of them. You go through the book, you'll find many of such debts that will give people, once you isolate the odious debts, the obligation to pay debt will give the Kenyan people a breather once it is stopped. Why? This financial year, this coming financial year, we are going to be paying 2.2 trillion Kenya shillings in debt finance. This year, our collections were around 2.3 trillion.
The entire amount is
the entire amount revenue, tax revenue, 2.3 trillion this year. Next year, based on the projections, we are paying 2.2 trillion debts. What are you telling me? The largest expenditure item of your books is debt finance. That is why the government has to come to you every day to increase your taxes, charges, and levies. Because they have no breather. All the collections they are making from the existing taxes, they are using it to pay debt. So if we declare this debt odious, then you have no appetite to increase taxes for the people of Kenya.
Who would do that? Because it's clear. I mean, Willis, you know, and I hear you, some of the things that we say that need to be done. But then who would do that? And then where would it sit? Because when we talk about odious debt, it is clear. We know what the law says, very clear. Because again, and somebody asked, how do we go then from talking about Mandamano and talking about bad governance, and then here we're talking about debt, and it's all in the same book. It is all related, right? That we see some of the behavior, and that is what essentially has led to some of the problems that we see today. That if for every 100 shillings that you had, if you were not spending 70 shillings of it paying debt, then you would have a little bit more wiggle room to deal with these issues that we are talking about that are putting people in the streets in the first place, right? So we can make that comparison. But now when we talk about odious debt, we know the tenets upon which Kenya can borrow. It is in the constitution. You can borrow for development, or you can borrow in the short term to fill a budget windfall. I mean a shortfall. You can do
liquidity issues.
And the cash flow period we're talking about is not more than 90 days, three months. We know this. So if Kenya borrowed $2 billion, and we say $2 billion like it's just two. No, actually, when you put it in Kenya shillings, it's 130. It's $260 billion. I mean, billion shillings. It's a lot of money. I dare say that if you put 200 billion shillings into the economy today, you would feel it. You would see it. We would be able to look back and see where 200 billion shillings had been spent. But there's a gaping hole next to that number because you cannot see what it was used for. So constitutionally, it is very clear that certain things can happen as a result of that. We know. The controller of budget will tell us that this didn't happen. The Auditor General will come and do the report after and tell us it's very clear that we see these gaping holes, it didn't happen. But then nobody really does anything about that, do they?
No.
Nobody really does anything about it. No. And so here we are saying that these money should be declared as odious debt and that Kenyans ought to refuse paying for it. But how, Willis?
First and foremost, you have to use the duty bearer. It's the legacy politicians today.
But they're there.
They're the ones paying it. So when we drain the swamp, the new duty bearers have a responsibility not to pay it.
Should they be jailed?
They should jail the ones who took these illegal debts. And even assets should be frozen and recovered. The banks that facilitated these things, they must explain to the people of Kenya what they are financing. Why did they send money to people's private accounts and expect the Kenyan people to underwrite them? No. We demand for accountability in a way that achieves what I call the common good. Without it, we are wasting time. And without looking at the debt book, we'll be demonstrating here every single day until Jesus comes back. What is strangling this nation economically is the illegal debts which have been taken by the Ruto regime, from Uhuru's time to now Ruto's time. Those illegal debts is what is sinking this nation. You are not able to pay it. Because of the huge debt payment programs, you are now starving funds of other essential services to the people of Kenya. You are not able to expand the economy. That is why the state of joblessness. That's why now you come with the shift share and you make it very onerous. You want the people to bear the burden of meeting their healthcare costs at a full cost, as if government is a businessman. Government is an essential service provider, not a businessman. That's why university funding model. You are transferring the burden of payment back to the parent. Government cannot subsidize university education. Why? Government's money is tied up in paying odious debt. So all these failures are as a result of the odious debt, the legal debts that were taken or that are still being taken.
Wakili, we had a rallying call a few years back. It was Kibaki Tosha. Then we moved to another political euphoria where it was hustlers versus dynasties.
Yeah.
What do you see as the rallying call for this next election cycle? 1, 2, for the incoming government, assuming that we'll have a new government, what, in terms of an itemized list, should be the top 5 priorities, for example? Because we look at each incoming government, they will obviously set the agenda. They are going back and drawing the inspiration from their manifestos and their promises during the campaign trails. But we know right now those manifestos anyway mean nothing. But if you are to look at areas of priorities, top 5 for a new president that will be coming in, assuming there will be a new president. And I'm drawing this in comparison to what we saw in the US, for example, when Donald Trump took over power. He went into a frenzy with executive orders to undo a lot of the things that were in the previous administration. What, then, in your case, will you suggest to undo in this country?
The first top priority, in my view, number 1 should be accountability. Accountability, number 1. You start from accountability. Why are we here? Policemen who've been killing Kenyans must be called to account. The commanders responsible for the units that have been killing Kenyans, maiming them, disappearing them, they must be in court. Because we must, off the table, you must set a template for the new administration. And a message must be sent.
This is not business as usual.
It's not business as usual. And even us, that new team, even us, if we do it, our fate will be in those courts. So the first thing is accountability. Let the policemen be in court. And the commanders be in court. Faced with criminal charges. And let every policeman know that even if this new administration sends you to go and commit the ills your predecessors committed against the people of Kenya, you will also end up in that courtroom. Accountability. Number 2 is compensation. The fight that we've had here has been a very painful one. Kenyans have lost their lives. When I talk of compensation, if I should call it with the wider reparations, those who've suffered in this struggle must get reparations. And reparations is the whole rubric. Compensation, socio-psycho support, recognition, remembrance, all of them. Then, once you've laid the basis, now go to the next thing. It's the economy. It's the economy, stupid. Now we are moving forward. As James Carville used to put it. It's the economy. How do we revive this economy? And number 1, on dealing with the economy, is the debt question. You are not going to make any measures on the economy without attending to the debt monster. At first instance, you must relieve the Kenyan the burden of paying 70 shillings out of every 100 towards debt finance. Once you give him that relief, these 70 shillings that you've saved out of every 100 from not paying for the odious debt, you are going to apply to other social programs. You are able to fully fund your education from primary to university. Yeah, you have 2.2 trillion that you're going to pay towards debt. You will need around 400 billion to fund free primary education from primary to all the way to university. For all Kenyans, plus even colleges. You are able to fully fund your healthcare system. You are able to get out. You're not borrowing the domestic market. You're able to to release that money to the Kenyan people to borrow. Kenyans have ideas. What they lack is access to capital. We put a freeze on domestic borrowing.
Yes.
The banks have the money. They are looking for profits. Interest rates today are 20%, 18%. With the government working out of domestic borrowing, interest rates will fall here to 3%, 4%. With the idea that Kenyans have and access to capital, what can they do? Then you look at people empowerment. You must give people power. All these things about giving the voice of the people the prime place that it deserves. What are the measures you're going to take to ensure that you empower the people? Not just economically, socially, and politically, but also in terms of their own governance. You must bring people's voices in everyday governance issues. I believe that we should be having referendums here every week on any issue.
There'll be a cost to it, though.
No. We have modern technology. We have modern technology. These things can be done at a minimum cost. Minimal. M-Pesa here, how many people transfer to M-Pesa? And it's running here on our phones.
Plus the fact that if you have people, and maybe if we're saying that we have people who are, again, that consciousness is front and center in the minds of people, the cost issue doesn't become an issue. It doesn't become an issue.
Yes.
Because here you are saying that everything that we do is collective towards the point whereby we are getting better. There's somewhere that we are going. There's a common good that we are trying to achieve. Then it makes sense.
Yeah, it will be worth it. Otherwise, because the same money that you're saying you're going to save is being stolen by legacy politicians today. Those are the savings you'll be having. They're now used for people's empowerment and amplifying the voice of the people in their governance.
And you see, all that we're talking about in here are things that are achievable. Any leader would just sit and say, this is what my people want, and I will ensure that this is achievable. But that's not the case.
No, because they're legacy politicians, and that requires hard work. It's hard work.
It's hard work.
Okay.
It requires some elbow grease and some thinking, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Wakili, what's your fifth one?
The fifth one for me was you have to take back agriculture. You must take people back to agriculture. And not agriculture of hoes and jembes, of value addition. We must accept, as a country, we may have leaped at some point in terms of our agricultural engagement. What's the value add? Are you going to produce just to eat? Or you're going to produce as a raw material? Value addition. Those are the key things that for me, I will pay attention.
When you're talking about people empowerment, what I didn't hear you talk about, which is a very big concern currently, is empowering institutions. So we have a current conversation around, for example, IPOA and its independence. So assuming that you've moved from accountability, which was justice, compensation still under justice, then we move to economy. When now you have institutions that are independent, empowered, how do you seal the loopholes that we see? Because when we come into the budgets, there's always the question of underfunding and weakening these independent institutions. And we have so many. And like we say, the law is very clear, the constitution is clear. We've got good documents in this country, but we don't actually see the results that they produce.
You know, when I talk of people empowerment, I actually have in mind that even those institutions, are they working to serve the people of Kenya?
They should be.
Let me ask you today, whose interests are they serving? Look at our Supreme Court, for example. Is it serving the people of Kenya? If you look at it, when I'm talking about bringing people into the public discourse to be involved, I believe even in our Supreme Court should not just be those 7 judges. We should be having a jury of eminent scholars sitting there. Yeah. On the question of facts, it is eminent scholars nominated by identified groups to give a verdict on the questions of facts. Then the judges can only speak on the law. Because we have a Supreme Court that seems to be doing things their own way. And who say they want to know the law better than everybody else? They know laws and facts, even what they don't know. I'm talking about these institutions. We are going to bring people in them to oversight them. Police stations. Who say that policeman is the one who knows about policing better than the community where security is being enhanced? The community must be in every police station as a local committee elected by the people to oversight that police station. The OCPD, in whose region wooded goons are deployed to kill these civilians, must be elected by the people in that locality. So, Dennis, for me, when I'm talking about people empowerment, I don't even want to look at institutions as they exist today, because we know what those institutions have done to the people of Kenya.
Look at overhaul.
Yeah. So the only way to bring people, to bring and strengthen those institutions is to bring people oversight. And I am very clear, for example, Supreme Court of Kenya. What is special about those 7 people? That they think they know better than all of us. We must have a juror sitting with the Supreme Court, questioning on the questions of facts. We have eminent scholars nominated by identified people bodies. We can say LSK, ISPAC, can say engineers, whatever it is, to address and to give their verdict on the questions of fact. Then the judges can only speak on the questions of law, applying the facts which are agreed on. Otherwise, we are held hostage here by 7 judges who think they're demigods. They're not.
It's got to be a people-centric power to the people, and it's got to be a people-centric governance, and these are the conversations that we have to make these things known. Willis, we want to thank you for giving us your time this morning and for championing this conversation. It's necessary that we do, I keep saying. We don't leave it and end it here because it must continue. But thank you for being part of keeping it going, and it's a let's see, but we must all be involved in it. Asante sana. Advocate of the High Court, Wakili Willis Otieno has been our guest this hour. Good morning at 9:02.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. A victim of police violence in Trans Nzoia County is still searching for justice 1 year after he was shot by police during the Gen Z-led anti-finance bill protest. Emmanuel Kaloli, aged 26, told our reporter Martin Diema what happened on that fateful day.
Nilikuwa nimebeba mzigo asubuhi saa 11 kwenda kuchukua pesa ya mwisho niende kwa nyumba na nikapatana na hiyo majeraha. Ilikuwa wakati ya jenzi, nilikuwa umbali wakanishoot kwa mbavu plus kwa tumbo. Watu wa jenzi wakanikimbiza hospitali. Sasa hapo hivyo
hospitali gani hiyo?
Ya hapa Kitale. Wakanifanyia upasuaji, wakatoa 2, sasa ikabaki moja, saa hizi iko kwa mbavu. Sikuwa hata inaongea, nilikuwa ikoma. Walikuwa wamefikiria wametoa yote, mimi kushika hapa hivi nilikuwa inaifeel.
Kaloli has appealed to the government to help him undergo a second surgery to remove the bullet lodged in his back.
Siwezi nikaenda choo kubwa, saizi naendea huku mbele kwa pipe, penye niko hapa hivi, sijui kitoka.
Madaktari walisemaje?
Walikuwa wanasema ati wanaweza wakarudisha. Sina pesa. Inaomba serikali inisaidie, nirudi hospitali wanifanyie upasuaji niende haja ya kawaida.
Unamfahamu yule askari ambaye alikupiga risasi?
Penye walinipiga marisasi saizi simjui. Nataka tu nimjue. Ninapenda haki itendeke.
8 people are now known to have died and more than 400 injured during yesterday's protests across the country. The Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, which reported the figures, said it monitored the protests in at least 23 counties and reported the deaths resulted from gunshot wounds. The fatalities occurred in Machakos, Makueni, Nakuru, Kiambu, Uasin Gishu and Nyandarua counties. In Molo, Nakuru County, a Form 3 student from Jenga Karume School was shot dead. 2 others were critically injured. In Matu, Machakos County, 2 protesters died in hospital after being shot while trying to storm a local police station. And in Olkalu, Nyandarua County, residents torched a police station after protesters were shot. 2 more people were injured.
Polisi walaya wafanyi poa. Wacha mtu mmoja ongea. Na wafanyi poa tunasema polisi wanaua. Tafadhali polisi angalieni hiyo wacheni kuua. Wamepiga watu 4 risasi wafanyi poa. Mmoja ako ndani. Mmoja ako ndani amelala hapo. Nataka kumsaidia na wataki watoke dawa watoke.
Over 50 people arrested in Kakamega County during yesterday's commemorative protests are expected to be arraigned in court today. Western Region Police Commander Issa Mohamud said most of the suspects will be charged with the crime of vandalism.
We have so many arrests. I don't know the number, the total, but we have so many arrests. Zaidi ya 50 tuko na hawa, and we'll charge them for malicious damage, for everything they have cost. There's a team of officers, DCI wana prepare their files. Hakuna duka wamevunja, pengine wametoa fridge moja ikiwa nje, mwenyewe alisahau wakavunja na wakachukua masoda kidogo. There is no much theft because we have covered the whole town. We have organized ourselves na tujapatia hawa nafasi ya kuiba. Wakijaribu tuko hapa sasa ni pilka ya panya na paka. So far no injuries hata kwa public.
The president will no longer have the luxury of appointing political allies to plumb board positions in state corporations in planned reforms to government agencies that might also see numerous directors of state corporations lose their lucrative board positions. This follows the cabinet's approval of a proposed law aimed at improving governance in state-owned entities. The Government-Owned Entities Bill 2025, which is now set for debate in Parliament, proposes disqualifying people affiliated with political parties from holding board positions in what will now be referred to as government-owned entities. Work has begun on a controversial project to create the building blocks of human life from scratch in what is believed to be a world first. The research has been taboo until now because of concerns it could lead to designer babies or unforeseen changes for future generations. But now the world's largest medical charity, the Wellcome Trust, has given an initial 10 million euros to start the project and says it has the potential to do more good than harm by accelerating treatments for many incurable diseases. Critics fear the research opens the way for unscrupulous researchers seeking to create enhanced or modified humans. That's the News Wire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Waliletea fujo Moi mpaka wakapata cooperation. Wakakuja wakasumbua Kibaki mpaka wakachukua nusu mkate. Wamekuja wakazungusha Uhuru hapo mpaka wakaenda na handshake, program yetu ikapotea, BBI ikaendelea, tukazama, tukaingia kwa madeni. Sasa mimi nimewaambia, hii serikali hii, mimi nawaambia hii serikali ni ya mahasla. Hakuna nusu mkate, hakuna handshake, hakuna hiyo borojo.
Jana nimeona wale wazee tulishinda. Ati hiyo mzee akisema ati he'll not be coerced or intimidated to joining our government. Wewe mzee sikia. We have no business within our government. Hatuna haja na hatugojei wewe. We are not looking for you and we have no time. Stop saying that people can force you to come to this government. Forget about being forced or coerced. We are not interested because sisi tuko na kazi ya kufanya.
Kama kuna mtu ako na namba ya William Ruto, arekodi hii video mtumie. Maisha yangu tangu nizaliwe sijawahi kuona mtu muongo, mfisadi, baradhuli na mdhabina kama William Samoei Ruto.
Mimi Hassan Joho nikitaka kuongea, mimi I don't even dream of engaging with them. Ati huyu akitaka aje aongee sio na mimi niongee na Ruto nini? Mimi nikamtafute atanipa nini? Wilbaro. I wonder. Nilipeleka Wilbaro mimi la kimtaani la kucheza nalo zamani.
We have a choice to reject over 60% of these names or give President Ruto his skunk. Apart from a few individuals who are not even more than 8, the rest are incompetent, unqualified, have integrity issues, are people who cannot deliver this country from where it is to the next level that we want the country to move in.
A few moments later.
Now forwarded the name of John Mbadi Ngongo to the Ministry of National Treasury and Economic Planning. The Honorable Hassan Ali Joho, Ministry of Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state of, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Traffic.
All right, a quick look at where we are with traffic this morning. It hasn't been too tumultuous. It doesn't matter where you look today. Traffic coming off of the Eastern Bypass, more or less reduced, but coming off the Thika Superhighway, still quite something. And it's coming in all the way this morning then from beyond the Ruiru interchange, and so that's really crazy traffic even up until this point in time. It's also still very busy as you're coming then into the city via Wangari Maathai Way, and then also from Murang'a Road going into the direction of the city. So that's where we have the most of the traffic this morning, and it's also busy off the Eastern Bypass then touching on North Airport Road, Landis Road coming off of Jogoo Road, very, very busy, and on Ngong Road as well, busy this morning. We're going to keep an eye on all of this, and we'll do what? We'll keep it moving. Talk to us, SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4
A very good morning to you, and you're tuned in
Nairobi.
12 minutes after 9 o'clock, and we continue into the final hour of this morning's conversation, coming in off of a heavy day, and the 25th of June, which marked the remembrance of what happened last year as concerns the anti-finance bill protests and those who unfortunately lost their lives. We're going to wrap up this conversation and just hear, so next steps at a crossroads, what happens next? And we'll be joined by a guest in just a short while, after which I ask you, are you passionate? Are you passionate about creating a better future for Kenya? So is the I&M Foundation, and this is the social investment arm of I&M Bank Kenya. For the last 5 years, the I&M Foundation has been making a real difference, investing a significant 2% of the bank's annual profit. It's the highest commitment in the Kenyan banking sector so far, impacting on people's lives. Their work focuses on vital areas like education and skills development, economic empowerment, and enabling giving. But today, we want to highlight their leadership in environmental conservation. The I&M Foundation is dedicated to protecting our precious natural heritage through strategic partnerships and community-driven initiatives, ensuring a sustainable future for all. They believe in impact, and are achieving it through focused action. And as we renew our pact to keep impacting, learn more about the I&M Foundation's vital work and how you can potentially collaborate by visiting imbankgroup.com/foundation to learn more. Powered by I&M Bank.
In this tough economic times, do you feel like anyone is listening? Well, I&M is. When you voiced concerns over bank to M-Pesa charges, they heard you and waived them. When you struggled with short-term loans, they heard you and introduced a flexible 90-day option right on your phone. They're listening and they are responding because your financial well-being is their priority. So experience a bank that's on your side. Open your individual or solo biz account today via the I&M Bank on-the-go application.
All right, so as we continue conversations this hour, we're going to be looking at this again from the activist perspective. Two of our guests will join us in just a little while. And as they do that, as they're coming to join us this morning, where are we? You know, just looking at the pulse and saying, okay, so this is the pulse. This is where it was beating a couple of days before. And here we are then having seen, unfortunately, more death. Does it leave this difficult umbrella that's hanging over people this morning? And should we then ask the question in terms of what is going on when it then comes to moving forward in the nation today?
Well, in terms of moving the nation forward and all these conversations that we're talking about. Oh, first, KTN is back.
Mm-hmm. We're back, baby, like we never left.
So KTN is back, NTV is back on air. We know what happened yesterday. Yeah. But, looking at the whole anniversary yesterday, and there was this call, and what was going to be unique in a way, going beyond, the young people coming out to, remember their fallen heroes and obviously continue the agitation for the changes, is the solemn remembrance from the mothers. And the plan was the mothers who lost their children, their sons and their daughters, were planning to lay flowers where their kin were killed. That is outside Parliament, on the other adjacent areas. But they were met by a razor wire and police. The families which lost loved ones in the June 25th, 2024 protest that gathered on Kimathi Street yesterday. So they gathered around Kimathi Street and they began marching towards Moi Avenue to lay the flowers at the spot where the first victim of the anti-government protest, Rex Masai, was also shot. However, they were forced to scamper for safety after police fired tear gas canisters at them. And there was a friend who was outside Central Police where there was another crowd that gathered there yesterday, and we were all watching this on screens. And they went to Central and the crowd was gathering, but you had the gates closed, but you had an engagement with the officers. So at least we started seeing some signs. And these officers were talking to these young people who were chanting and, and a police vehicle passed behind them and an officer just decides to fire up a tear gas canister. Then everybody starts running. And you're thinking, was that really necessary? So it almost appeared yesterday when Kalonzo, Eugene, and the rest of that group was going to lay their flowers along Parliament Road, that there was going to be some semblance of restraint and it was going to be peaceful. And I think yesterday you kept saying, I have a bad feeling about today. You remember? You kept saying I have a bad feeling about today. And it almost felt like maybe you might see something different. then suddenly things just started changing. So you're looking at the different groups that were going to the streets yesterday. A lot of businesses, because this also needs to be mentioned, businesses were affected.
They were.
And there was a point I saw River Road and some buildings there. I didn't see police around there, but what I saw was goons with hacksaws cutting padlocks, stealing with reckless abandon, and it was free for all.
Yeah.
And it's that reminder again that things can quickly escalate, but we still go to the same blame game. These protesters are violent. See what they did. How do you then define the peaceful protesters from the goons who unleashed? The WhatsApp groups that the Standard exposed, and they were planning how to, let these people get onto the streets. We saw all that, and so the culmination of what we saw yesterday was not really surprising. But what was a bit surprising was also this was not just around CBD in Nairobi.
No,
it was in all parts of the country. Well, most parts of the country.
Yeah. So as you talk about the women the mothers who came yesterday to just commemorate their children, there is this quote from Jacinta Anyango, who said, "I carried rose flowers and came to commemorate with my son who was brutally killed by the same police. We had gathered and were ready to march, but same police officers threw tear gas at us. I hadn't even wiped my tears before they threw tear gas at us. What kind of country does this? What kind of a country does this to a mourning mother?" And we have Munyao, Rex's Masai's mother, had this to say: "Why are they treating us like criminals? Is this the way the state plans to repay us?"
You have to ask yourself questions then when it comes to progressive government or progressive nationalism. That are some of these tactics that have been employed, hiding from the real situation.
Yeah.
And then we saw things successively yesterday, and they're not new to protests. But then you have to ask the question: is that what is the back end? What's happening in the back end that you would want to shut down? A protest. Why would you want to then shut down what is the will and the right of the people to then come out and speak? And that we see the introduction of these elements, because you cannot tell me. You could try, but you can't convince. It would be difficult to convince that the rogue elements which we saw, which were there, you can't tell me that the folks who came out in peaceful protest, or those who came to commemorate their loved ones, or those who came out in the memory of those who died yesterday, is the same stock and character and breed of people that we saw pulling off the coat of arms on the law courts in Kikuyu. Or that we saw with machetes breaking down padlocks on the businesses of people who count on them for a living in the city. You can't tell me that it is the same stock of people who then went to say, we need to remember and hope for a better Kenya. It to be very, very difficult to convince that it is the same kind of people. Yeah. But what for me then lands this plane is that it is very influenced. It's very easy to influence a hungry man to behave in a certain way. It is very easy to influence a desperate man or woman or young person to behave in a certain way. And the same issue, the same issues that people are coming to protest about is the same issue then that makes it easy for you to give 50, 200, 1,000 shillings to somebody to then come and disrupt things. I don't know if you're hearing what I'm saying.
Yes. Exactly, yes.
It's the same issue. It's the same desperation that I can say, here's 1,000 shillings, go and cause mayhem amongst these people who are protesting. It is the same problem that the people who are protesting are saying, we have got to do better. It's the same reason. It's because this person cannot find a job. It's because this person is desperate to within an inch of their life to get something to eat on that day. It's because this person cannot get access to capital to then be able to do a business. It's because they've not been able to pay their rent. It's because in a certain time, they've had to sleep outside and had a door locked because they've not been able to make their rent. So we are using the currency of desperation to buy on both sides. And I'm saying at this point, if we don't stop and look very clearly at what is happening here, we're not going to be able to solve this issue. There will be a protest tomorrow. There will be one the day after. It will continue until you solve the problem. And if we can't see that we are cashing in the same currency on one side and on the other side, then we have an even bigger problem than we are imagining. We are cashing in the same currency, but we are buying different products. We are purchasing a different product, but the currency is the same. Unfortunately, the currency is the same, and we can't see that the goon who is bringing down this thing to cause mayhem because he's been given 1,000 bob or 2,000 shillings is suffering the same thing that the person on this side is saying, come on, government, you got to do better.
The reason why they will take 1,000 shillings, because I had a conversation yesterday where someone was saying, and I was just probing the whole idea of I am a gun for hire, is when you render population jobless, when you tell them you can go to school, get an education, with a promise that at least you'll get a job, you'll land somewhere, or you'll find an opportunity. If you don't find employment, you've got brilliant ideas, you are very creative, meaning that you have a safe space where you can explore your creativity and manifest what's in your mind. But again, when you get into that space, you're told it's almost like you're criminalized for having ideas. You're criminalized for executing those same ideas because you're not being given an enabling environment to exercise it. When you push this person and their backs against the wall, what you end up having is somebody who is willing to die for anything and at any time. Meaning, if you come and you're saying, here, I'm going to give you 1,000 shillings, I want you to go break into that shop, you will not think twice, because if you refuse, somebody else will be given that 1,000. So you don't have that 1,000 in your pocket. So if somebody else now comes again and says, hey, I'm going to give you 1,000 shillings, carry this flag, go to town, you will still do it. So they're not acting on these things because they are believing in a cause, or they believe that robbing people or going to injure people is a cause. They're just doing it because they're guns for hire. And for the longest time, what the political class in this country has always done is be in that space that you're talking about, where you imagine and assume it's business as usual. You can play tribal politics and you think we're in a generation where you can easily get away with that. These guys don't care about tribe. The conversation around tribe is not there. It is in the minds of these people are still pushing it so that it is this tribe against that tribe. There is an economic equalizer here. So if you are Luo, you are Kisi, you are Kalenjin, you are Luya, you are Kamba, you don't have a job, it has nothing necessarily to do with your tribe. It has everything to do with you've not been given enough space or conditions to work. And therefore, what you end up then having is this situation where you have 1,000 people, 2,000 people who are desperate. They have nothing. I mean, look at the rallies that we've always had. Where do they get these numbers on Monday at 10 in the morning? Where do they get these numbers on Tuesday at 2 p.m.? They are available. They can come from wherever. They're available because they expect tokens. And the politics of tokenism is another whole subject, because that's how the playbook has always been, is go to the women in the villages. What do those women in the villages want? They want shelters or in the market places. They want money to buy groceries to sell. What do vijana wanataka nini? Wanataka boda boda. Wanataka hizo boda boda. They need a shelter. So that's why you'll find a simple shelter might cost even 5 million. A shelter that will not cost more than 20,000 will have a budget of 1 million. And it will have the name of the politician to basically shelter around 15 to 20 borders. And it almost looks like this is such a big achievement. So I've helped you guys. It's actually a favor I'm doing that I've come to you to put this shelter for you. And that lack of demand for the longest time has led the politicians to believe you can get away with the politics of tokenism, you can get away with lacking accountability, you can get away with impunity, and now you can get goons, put people at loggerheads so that it looks it's a fight among these people. Look, they are clueless. Yes, they are saying they're tribeless, they're partyless, but they're also clueless. So there's a narrative that is pushed so that it looks like these people, you release them, it's chaos.
You know, one told me yesterday, I have nothing to lose. I'm going to the streets because I've gone to school. I have my degree. I'm an engineer by profession, but I'm in an Uber business because the government has not provided an adequate environment for me to be able to ply my trade. I'm going to park my car, go to the streets, and make sure that justice is done by me. Those as well that are being paid, it's because I have no other option. I have to eat. If I'm given 1,000 bob, I'm gonna take it, because if not, how do I survive the day?
Those are the questions, and that is the reality. Joining us now as we get into the last part of this conversation, Wanjiru is an activist and co-founder of the Mathare Social Justice Centre, and joins us this morning with Bob Njagi, who's the chairperson of the Free Kenya movement. Good morning to you both.
Good morning to you.
Good morning, Joe.
How are you doing?
All right.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Karibu sana to both of you. I mean, the last part of this conversation that we have this morning, we're glad that you made it at this time. And we're just doing a pulse check, essentially, post June 25th, where it was to be a memorial, where it came out to remember people, but then also to remember the message that is coming out to the government of the day. And we're just going to jump into the conversation now, as we do a pulse check on after the fact of what happened yesterday. Where are we now, Wajira?
We are even more angry than we were yesterday. We're even more angry than we were last year. We are even more determined to have this government leave this country. I think the Kenyan people fired the president yesterday. I think it was very loud and clear that Ruto has lost legitimacy to lead the people. I think it was very clear that the young people of this nation will not tolerate a government that not only steals from them, but also kills them. It was a protest against police brutality that ended up in more Kenyans being killed, that ended up in more brutality, that ended up in media stations being denied coverage. This is a dictatorship, and the young people are saying no. We have a constitution. We are demanding that this constitution is implemented. We are demanding that rights. We refuse to normalize police brutality. We refuse to normalize death in our country by the bullet. We refuse to normalize murders by the police. We refuse to normalize institutions being given money that do not do the work they are supposed to do. We refuse to normalize a dictatorship. We refuse to normalize poverty, hopelessness, joblessness in a country of abundance. The National Intelligence Service has been given an upwards of 12 more billion from the 46 billion it had last year. This is outrageous. We are not at war in this country. We are not giving money to healthcare. We are not giving money to education. We are not giving money to the people. Why is the government being so wasteful upon taxing Kenyans who are already having it hard? This is why everybody that cared about justice, that cared about a better country, came out yesterday, and this is not the end of it. I think as young people, we are feeling like we want to see this to the very end. We want to keep demanding that justice is served and that Ruto goes, because he has had 365 days to show Kenyans I have heard you, to show Kenyans that I care, to show Kenyans that I am going to uphold the constitution. But what did we get? More repression, more murders, more theft, more advisors, more disregard for the people, the constitution, human rights, the law. As young people, we keep saying Ruto must go.
Bob, you're wearing a beret Free Kenya. This is coming 1 year. We're seeing 1 year later commemoration of those who died, and one would have hoped that the police would have behaved better. I mean, as we sit here today, is Kenya free? Are we better as compared to last year?
First, I want to say that I'm very sorry for the people who lost their lives yesterday. I'm very sorry for the people who lost their lives yesterday. It was totally uncalled for. It shows the excesses of police brutality that we are facing in this country. What we are coming to an awakening is that the police is actually a tool that is being used to oppress the people of Kenya. And it has come a time when we have to look at how to restructure the entire system and structure of what we're calling the security sector and apparatus in this country. As we are doing other reforms in the country, I think one of the major reforms we have to look at is the security sector reforms. How do we reform this sector that is so abusive and extractive and, to the people? You know, it is a colonial system that we've inherited since we got independence. We have been reforming other sectors like the judiciary. We have been reforming making constitutional reforms, but never have we done serious police reforms. And this is just a testament as to the depth of which we have a problem in this society, where the police has become the public enemy number one of the people. You know, they're murdering their own brothers and sisters in plain sight of cameras. You know, where are they suspending the Constitution? They are supposed to be the people who enforce the law, not who break the law. So we are having a breakdown in the systems of the society. That is essentially what is happening, is that we are moving towards anarchy, where the police who are meant to uphold the law are the ones breaking the law day by day, shooting people, and there is nobody to hold them to account. IPOA, which is an institution that is meant to keep them to account by investigating and prosecuting them, does not have the teeth to bite. That is a systemic failure. So it's actually designed to fail, so that the police can continue to kill without having been held to account. My sister has just talked about how much budgets they've been given. You know, we're actually budgeting for the extrajudicial killings in our country without anybody being held to account. So what we are saying is that people have had enough of this. It cannot go on. The system has broken down as it is, all right? And we have no confidence in the government as it is designed. For starters, as we speak, the Inspector General of Police, the CS Interior Murkomen, the Deputy Inspector General of Police, Lagat, should not be in office as we speak. That should be a bare irreducible minimum. What I thank the Gen Zs for doing is they came out against a very brutal police force yesterday. And the whole world witnessed what happened. That is all I can say for now.
Bob, you've started your conversation very well on security sector reforms. But we've had this conversation of police reforms for a very, very long time. Just the most recent, in terms of the reform agenda within the Kenya Police Service, is the Maraga-led task force that was appointed by President William Ruto, all right? And the Police Reforms Task Force, the role was, number one, it was actually, the full name was Presidential Task Force on the Improvement of Terms and Conditions of Service and Other Reforms for Members of the National Police Service and Kenya Prison Service. So they're combining the two. Their mandate was to review police and prison officers' welfare. Number two was to assess working conditions and institutional culture, because we've always talked about the culture within the police service. Then number three, the most important one now, referencing to our discussion, is recommending reforms for training and career progression, promotions, deployment, but disciplinary grievance handling systems. Number four, suggesting structural reforms, the independence, professionalism, and accountability. Then the last one is address public complaints and the perception of impunity in the security sector. The Maraga task force did this. They presented the report, although the issue went to court. Is the issue really, because on paper, we've got really good documents that talk about police reforms. Is the problem the conversation about reforms and documenting, or is the problem the enforcement of these reports?
It both comes both in enforcement of the reports are done, yes, but they're shelved, okay? There is no implementation done. But even further to that, I think that kind of a task force failed totally to respond to the needs of the society. We are looking at a public that is being oppressed by the police on a daily basis. They are collecting bribes from the public on a daily basis, not just during the demonstrations. In the neighborhoods, we have a very oppressive system called the police, the office of the president, the most corrupt, department in government. So we're looking at something bigger than Maraga. This is something that we need to shut down the country and recalibrate this system. Otherwise, we are not going to survive the post-colonial era. We have to get out of this. And the time has come. And that's what the Gen Zs are saying. And people are not listening to them until now. The message is not getting home. It will take a revolution of what you guys expect. I think it's time that we have a serious conversation about this issue of extrajudicial killings. I'm a victim of abductions, I went through it for 32 days. All right? It's a security system that abducted me. I was with the spokesperson for the police the other day before the demonstrations on 24th on TV. And he promised that the police are going to conduct themselves with a lot of restraint. But what we saw was the opposite. They actually mobilized the police to come and stop people from gathering and assembling, Article 37, the right to freedom of picketing. So that's what we are saying, that we cannot continue this way. It cannot go on.
Wanjira, as we continue with freedom of demonstration, right to be heard, and all this, and how police are conducting themselves, especially around protests, one would form a conclusion that everything that is being said or the demands that are being made out there fall on deaf ears. So how do we move forward from that?
That's very true. I think we can see that they have refused to listen to the people of Kenya. They have decided to disregard the sovereignty of the Kenyan people, to disregard what it is that the Kenyan people are saying. And I think how we are going to move from that is assert our sovereignty as the people of Kenya. I think we need to set a transitional committee that will take over the functioning of the government in terms of upholding human rights, in terms of another IEBC, because the young people have even been refused to be given ideas to decide their future for themselves. I think a lot of things need to be changed. And it is going to take everybody in the Republic right now to stand in defense of the Republic of Kenya, of the sovereignty of the Kenyan people. At this particular point, it feels like it's the people versus the political class. Yeah.
What do you how? And I think this is a difficult conversation to have.
It is.
But it is necessary to have it.
Extremely necessary.
Because we say that there's something wrong. This is where we've come from. There's something wrong, obviously, because it has been displaying itself in very many ways. And it's all culminated then in the protests that we see. And then, in between that, not just on the 25th of June 2024, but sporadic ones that happened before. And then we see again what happened yesterday, which the testament of, here that we're seeing that we still see some of the things that happened brutally that still continue. But if we are going to get to the point where we're at the precipice of having that conversation and saying things must change, certain things need to happen, certain processes need to take place. How do they happen? What needs to happen? Do people need to sit in a boardroom? We heard yesterday over and over again that there needs to be a combination of street revolution and boardroom policy. There needs that to happen. Does there need to be somebody in the room when we are saying that this revolution is happening on the street, and somebody will call you and say, okay guys, how are we going to go about this? Does that need to happen?
I think just to come in at that point is where, as a movement, the Free Kenya movement, since 2018, we have been on a path of a popular initiative, a referendum, because a referendum provides a platform for all Kenyans to come together to look at the issues that are bedeviling the society and to fundamentally address those issues through a constitutional review process. In my view and in our view as the Free Kenya movement, there are two ways to go about it: either a popular uprising, which is a revolution, or a popular initiative, which is a referendum. And a referendum is an organized revolution. It's a revolution through the constitution. And that's one avenue that I'd like to invite even the young people to pick up this moment that we can collect 1 million signatures. If we can raise 10 million shillings in a day, how about raising 1 million signatures to put together the country towards a mood of what you're calling a people's dialogue, whereby the civil society will come on board, the social justice movements will come on board with their issues, because you have a lot of issues for gender, for youth, for inclusivity, issues regarding devolution. Those are issues that we cannot resolve on the streets by demonstrations. We have to come to a point whereby we now converge the street protests with now the boardroom, which is now a people's convention at a Bomas kind of setting, where we can have sober engagements about these issues about security. We cannot talk about these issues in the studio and on the streets and then leave it at that. That's why we keep coming back to the streets, because we don't come to a point of resolving the problem. And our direction as a movement, and I hope Kenyans who are listening to this can check our website, www.freekenya.co.ke. You can just check the website, look at the issues that we stand for, and sign online. If we get 1 million signatures within a week, we can push this country into a conversation such as what we are discussing. Otherwise, we shall keep going back on the streets year after year. All right? So our direction is that. And unfortunately, if we don't come up as a people to use Article 1 and Article 257, which is provided for in the Constitution as one of the ways we can express our sovereignty directly through a referendum, because we're going to make the laws ourselves as a people, then it means the NADCO referendum is coming up soon. They're coming up with a referendum, which is a government-backed referendum through the NADCO report. So in a very short time, they're going to pass 2/3 majority in both houses, the Senate and the National Assembly. And then you have the new IBC in place, being pushed towards a referendum that is actually dictating to advance the interest of the political elite.
Okay, so then does that need to happen then?
I'd like to weigh in on that, Bob.
Sure.
Where we're standing as young people right now, there's no particular institution we're having faith in, not even the IEBC that is going to oversee the referendum that you propose. So we are in favor of a parallel event where we are on the streets and there's a transitional council backed by the people that is comprising of all of the progressive forces in this country, comprising of the social movements, of progressive political parties, of movements such as yourself, of the professional bodies, of the representatives of organized groups, the religious institutions, the presidents of the Law Society of Kenya, the former judicial chief justices in the country, so that we are talking as the people are backing up this transitional committee to take over not only governance but constitutional matters. We cannot reverse. We don't believe in any kind of reforms, because we've been at it. For the past 10 years, we've been talking about police reforms. We've been talking about an end to extrajudicial killings. We've been talking about an end to corruption. We have gotten to a point where we are done talking. We need actions now. We need to take matters into our own hands as the sovereign people of Kenya. Things cannot go back like yesterday did not happen. Things cannot go back like more people did not die. Like women were not raped in this country.
I agree partly with her in the sense, that's why I said there are two options. We can have a popular uprising, that's what she's saying, or a popular initiative whereby, you see, when you go the popular uprising way and we remove Ruto, fine, we're going to remove him. Who is going to elect this transitional council? How are we going to have faith it's you or it's that? It will create another, again, situation which we are not very sure about how it will end up. We could end up the South Sudan way. Let's be practical. Unless you can give us a very clear roadmap as to how we can get that
this is my proposal.
I'm not discrediting that. But
I just don't want you to say we could end up the Sudan way, because that's the government propaganda, and it's not true. Kenyan people love their country. We are not interested in destroying this country.
I agree with you, Anjira. What I'm saying is that there are two options. Let's use both options, right? What is wrong with organizing ourselves and getting 1 million signatures? It's one of the ways.
IEBC is the problem, because where are you taking the signatures? Who's heading this IEBC?
I almost hear, and I think this is the direction the question is.
But we have a problem with the IEBC. We have a petition as Free Kenya Movement.
Just a minute, Bob, on that.
Against the selection panel.
This is the question in the direction in which we are going.
Yeah.
And that I almost hear Bob saying, and I want to hear if this is it, because Wanjira says we've been talking. to have a conversation, to sit down around a table. We've been having a conversation. We've been saying it. A conversation that has happened for the longest time. Bob seems to be going in the direction where you say folks have to sit around a table and agree. There needs to be somebody
including the Gen Zs.
There needs to
including
be,
the Gen Zs.
hang on.
Yeah.
There needs to be somebody who is representative of a body to take the lead and sit.
Yeah.
Seems to be what Bob is saying.
We have a civilized society, yes.
Wait a minute, Bob.
Okay.
Is that the direction that this then should take, in your opinion? That where we have the mushrooming of ideas, and it's not just the mushrooming, it's a loud, concerted voice. Do we need to have a representative of this body at a table saying, unless we have a conversation onto action, we are back in the streets?
A single representative?
No. 10, 100, but somebody. Is that necessary?
I think what we are agreeing, all of us, is that we need some sort of leadership. We need leadership from the people, by the people, for the people. How we arrive at that is what we need to figure out together. And my proposal is having the organized people's groups that are already there, because the people are organized, to come into a council, a people's transitional council, that is backed by also the Gen Zs have to be represented, the mothers of victims have to be represented, the teachers have to be represented, the workers have to be represented. The activists and social movements have to be represented. A people's convention. A people's convention. Yes. And this must not revolve around a single individual. This has to be a people's-led process towards birthing a new republic, because the old Kenya is dead. That Kenya is dead to us. The Kenya where you kill people aimlessly is dead. The Kenya where you steal our monies and have no repercussions is dead. The Kenya where police abuse us like that is dead to us as young people. So we are in the process of birthing another republic. And this one, we are welcoming every progressive Kenyan, every patriotic Kenyan to partake in this process.
Wajira, there's been this question. I hear what both of you are saying. Bob, what he's suggesting, there's a way all this can merge and synergized. However, there's an argument that there's no legal basis for a transitional council to get the president out there. The Kenya Constitution, because we have to, again, all of us go through the Constitution, correct?
I completely agree.
So the Constitution currently, as it is, only stipulates two lawful ways to remove a sitting president, either by impeachment by a parliament, and even in that impeachment, it has to be either due to gross violation of the Constitution or serious misconduct. That's number one. Number two is by electoral defeat, which will be a general election in 2027. So a parallel or an extra constitutional transitional council, in quotes from what I hear you say, would then be illegal and unconstitutional. How will you go about that?
Number one, I don't know how you interpret all sovereign power belongs to the people of Kenya. I do not know how you interpret it.
It's described in the Constitution.
How do you, and we exercise our power directly or indirectly. In the event that the person we have donated our power to abuses it, uses it to kill Kenyans, uses it to steal from Kenyans, we take back our power. That becomes an illegitimate government. That becomes a government that is anti the people of Kenya. So we take back our power. Sometimes we have to act in the best interest of the country, even though it is not what how to remove a president is stipulated. We are sitting in Article 1 of the Kenyan Constitution, which gives us all sovereign power to act in the best interest of the country. And this is what I feel is the most appropriate, most patriotic way to go as at now. Because the parliament has been hijacked by the president. They will not impeach him, even though there's enough evidence of gross violation of human rights, gross misconduct. And we are not going to go into an election where the IEBC commissioners have been elected by Ruto. We know how that is going to go. It could be worse for this country if we actually get there than where we are at right now.
One would ask the question, still tied with what Okari has asked now. It is a question of the Constitution, Article 1 has to be read with how then we remove the president, all that, the constitutionalism of how this process will be in place. But then again, in forming the Transitional Council, there has to be mechanism and powers and instruments that will go into place to operationalize this council. Where does this fall in the Constitution?
I think at that point is where I had an ideological disagreement with my comrades who were pushing for that. Because, at the same time, we're supposed to uphold the Constitution. We're actually defending the Constitution, even from ourselves, even from ourselves. Sometimes we might think we are the ones who are defending it, but we're the ones destroying it. The Constitution has stipulated a very clear process of removal of a presidency. And that's why for us as a Free Kenya movement, we realized that the framers of the Constitution left some gaps. Like there is no process for recall by the people, right? How can the people recall the president through this Constitution? Is there a place you can collect signatures to remove the president through a referendum? No. But what we can do is that we can enable that legislation through a referendum. And that's what we're proposing to do as a Free Kenya movement, is to enable that referendum process of where the people now in the future, when we feel aggrieved by the president, we can collect 1 million signatures and say we want to remove the president, and we go to a vote. All right? But at the moment, there is no that process in the Constitution. So what they're saying is that we go and remove this president because we are dissatisfied. Yes, I'm very dissatisfied. I wish he would be out as soon as yesterday. But I still have to use the same Constitution to remove him. And that's where our hands are tied,
Our hands tied?
I don't feel like our hands are tied.
Okay, so if what Bob is saying is that here there is no clear path, if the people are clearly disappointed with how the president is working and say, well, we need an option to be able to remove him, according to the Constitution, which then folks are bound to uphold and protect, doesn't give you a way out. Right? But it does give you a process through which something can then be done. Bob is saying use that process. And also on this side, Nigeria is saying, we can't continue to be in the same situation that we have been and complained about for the longest time. But I also don't hear you saying that there's an aversion to process.
And this is the thing.
And I want to hear what Jira is saying about that.
I think my only problem with Bob's proposal is where it ends up.
Okay.
We could do that. We could totally do that. We could totally collect all the signatures. Where are we taking these signatures to?
Because who
is making the final decision?
This is what I think. Let me answer that because that's a question I normally get often.
And I want to hear what Jira's solution is here in terms of, there is a problem because the systemized mismanagement, the systemized corruption, the systemized and systemic impunity amongst these institutions for which these processes should essentially follow, that's the problem.
That's the problem.
So where or are we in the place where we're saying we don't know, which is okay? Are we in a place where we're saying we don't know, Andrea?
I think we are in a place where we have never been here as a country. We are in a historic moment in this country. We are in a place where the collective intellect of Kenyans is needed. And we are proposing. I, for one, and I feel very many Kenyans have lost faith in our institutions, Bob, and for good reasons. Our institutions have failed us. So we cannot run to those very institutions to salvage us from where we are at. I think that the people who did the Constitution were very right by asserting that all sovereign power belongs to the people of Kenya, such that in the event our institutions fail, we can collect our power. The thing is, we have to be very organized, and I think we are organized. You've been in the civic space, you've been in the political space, you've seen people are organized in different functions. Coming together is not going to be so difficult. We are all interested in a better country. That's the core of our coming together. We just need the backing of the Kenyan people, and we saw yesterday that the Kenyan people are tired of this regime.
But Wanjira, I will disagree to some degree. I hear what Bob is saying and where he's coming from. What you're quoting, you say, if then we're defending the Constitution, we have to interpret that same Constitution that we want to defend in agitating for what you're looking for. What you're referring to, Chapter 1 Article 1 that everybody keeps talking about, it says, so all sovereign power belongs to the people of Kenya. Yes. Correct. But what you're also not saying, it also continues and says, and shall be exercised only in accordance with the Constitution. Yes. Mm-hmm. That's what it says. Then it says, part 2, the people may exercise their sovereign power either directly or through their democratically elected representatives. It continues to state the organs that under that constitution, within still the same article, where they rest. You're talking about Parliament, the National Executive. Now, when you are referring to all sovereign power belongs to the people, then what it means is the ultimate power to govern Kenya belongs to the people, you're right. But, and this is very important, that power must be then used within the limits and the processes set by the Constitution. And that's when we still go back to the same question. If we want the president out, we're going to the streets to protest. Then what next? Because there is a process to getting him out, which is still under the same Constitution.
This process will not help us get him out. And the Constitution is a living document. It is not cast on stone. It can guide us where it needs to be rectified in future.
So if you can't get him through an impeachment through Parliament, or you can't wait for the general election, how do you then suggest we go about this? How? This transitional council, how do you even establish it?
And where does it fall?
But I have said it time and time again, guys. I have said it time and time again.
No, don't get tired of saying it. It's important.
I have said the Kenyan people are organized in different factions and they have leadership. The Kenyan youths have showed us that they are not going to stand this regime any longer. 2027 is too far. Our lives are on the line. We are dying like we don't matter in our own homeland. So I think a parallel of those events where this transitional council is a people's transitional council backed by the people, representative of all the peoples, the diversity of the Kenyan people in all its facets. That will be my proposal, unless there's another proposal that could take us there, because we want to get out of this.
I think we're speaking the same language in two different ways, and I want ours to come together ideological, because if me and her don't come together, then it means Kenya does not heal, because we come from different backgrounds, even different generations, all right? So we need to come together, because if I don't come together with her, it means Kenyans will not come together. And this is where I want us to meet at this point, that she says that we need to have that council. I agree. But how do we bring this council through the Constitution is that we first raise 1 million signatures. In fact, we can do 3 million. I know together we can even do 5. Okay? So what will happen, once we have these 5 million signatures, we shall now create the platform for that council to come into place. Because we have...
Okay, so...
let me explain to you how it happens constitutionally. And that's the route we took. We collect the 1 million signatures first. Once we have the e-log as our partners who can verify the signatures are legit even before we take them to IBC. So as we are verifying the signatures, we have that convention at Bomas led by now the civil society, all those guys, okay? And we look at the draft bill that we say, this is the problem here. And this is what we want to fix, this we don't want to fix. And you see this, once the draft bill is already finished, it will be taken now to IBC together with those 5 million signatures, all right? Now, this will be taken to the people.
IBC?
Correct. Don't worry about it. Yes, we don't have perfect systems, but we have to work within those systems to perfect them. We don't throw the baby together with the bathwater.
So what is this bill about?
The bill is about how we can put the voice of the people at the center of governance in this country. Number one, we're talking about, and those are the issues that you have. It's what now you will come and say, as young people, we want to be included in this government. Like, for instance, we are proposing to have youth representatives in the new electoral cycle. Instead of like the way you have women reps, okay? Now we'll have youth reps. So like you don't need to compete with Bob on the same seat for Madare. No. You have a special seat for youth as Gen Zs. In every county, we'll have a youth Gen Z, just as a women going to the parliament now to discuss issues of young people inside parliament as an affirmative action, just like the way we have affirmative action for gender. All right, those are some of the proposals we have. It will take time for you to look at them. Don't analyze it now. I'm just giving you a proposal of what you can bring to the table to represent for the youth. Instead of going to the streets.
No, I don't think that's where we're coming from. Because young people need to take leadership in this country.
We are at a point where all these discussions we're having, the discussions we're having here calls even more for the need for everybody to sit on the table and agree on the way forward.
This is the thing, and this is.
But how do you do it through the constitution? Is through
because then again there is there's what you're raising, Wanjira, which is legitimate. There's what Bob is raising, legitimate, and all these voices, including other parties, need to sit and agree on the way forward. Because if everyone is pulling on their side, Waswahili sema mwamba ngoma huvuta kwake. If everyone is pulling on their side, the center will tear.
Let's open up what Wanjira is saying here and give you an opportunity to really then bring it out. Because I hear very clearly what you're saying, that the Constitution has given you certain rights to do certain things. Because this is a supreme law. Essentially, it's what delivers that for you. That under its umbrella, then you know how you're able and allowed to operate, right?
Yes.
Now, one of the institutions constitutionally that allows you to give life to this thing that Bob is saying is the IEBC.
Yes.
All right?
Yes.
Now, if what I'm hearing you say is correct, obviously we're going to extend this conversation a little bit because it's necessary that we do pass the hour. A system which, according to you, is already flawed,
yes,
can then not be the midwife,
yes,
for this new baby,
yes,
that we are talking about, because the waters are already sullied, right?
Yes.
Now, in that case, where the Constitution has said it is this institution which will do this thing that you want to bring about a renaissance, what do we do?
We take back our power. I don't know why we don't see that the Constitution has already dictated that in the event of such a possibility, that the institutions that have been mandated by the people to work in their best interest fail, then this power should be taken back by the people of Kenya, because they are the sovereign citizens of the country. What do we understand by sovereign citizens of the country? That we consent, we decide everything that happens within the Republic of Kenya as the Kenyan people. This is why we vote for a president, because we give you the power to govern us. So in the event this fails, we take back our sovereignty as the people.
How do you
take it back? And now how we take back our sovereignty as the people is through the organized institutions of the people. Not
now, just a moment, Bob. Okay, Wanjira, maybe you can make me understand it better.
Yeah.
From where I sit, because I still want us to go back to this same constitution that we are defending.
Yes.
And we are taking power. So sovereign power, these constitutions can be exercised in two ways. Whether you're organizing or not, if you organize all these groups that you've just talked about, you can organize, and you're still within the law to do so. But after you've organized, now how you channel the process, the Constitution tells you you have sovereign power. You can exercise it directly or indirectly. Now, if it's directly, it means through a referendum and public participation, which you've just said that is what you can organize.
Yeah.
Now, indirectly is through elected leaders, that is in parliament. Now, in relation to removing the head of state and by extension the government in place, is directly, the people then can call for a referendum that changes the aspects of the presidency, the functions and all that. Indirectly, it means it's putting pressure or a petition through parliament in a referendum. Those are the only two ways,
I think,
in the Constitution.
I think the first task of this transitional council will be the reconstitution of the IEBC, so that we can move. We can move your way. We can collect signatures. We can move so that we have real mandate from the people of Kenya, official from the signatures. But this new IEBC is what we need right now. In fact, the president violated the court orders to not form an IEBC. So that is an illegal IEBC already. So we do not have an IEBC from where we stand as the people of Kenya. So the first task of the Transitional Council would be the election of new IEBC officials that will then take over the collection of signatures, a referendum, or new elections.
Okay. From what I hear you saying, that institutional integrity here is extremely important.
Yes.
Because there are two, one of them being Parliament. Again, I'm going back to the IEBC. And in order for us to have a process, because it's a bit crazy, but the Constitution did not envision or maybe the makers of the Constitution did not envision a place whereby the sentiment in a large percentage would be that these institutions then don't carry the constitutional integrity that they require to have some of these things done. These two that you've talked about today. So I hear you saying that in the process, that there needs to be a deconstruction of these institutions first for the process that Bob is talking about to take place.
Yes, 100%. You got it correct, 100%. So Bob, your idea is good, but we cannot go through with it in the current system as is. We have to reform, we have to dismantle the IEBC and form a new one, which must be a people-led initiative, because that's the institution that decides power. That's the institution that upholds the decision of the Kenyan people.
I agree with you, Wanjira. I'm so in the same, we're in the same boat, where we want the same outcome, but the approach is what is different. Okay? And what you're saying is what we can do as well, and it can be done, I mean, we've been doing it. We can remove these guys from power even tomorrow if we want to. You put the energy in it, Like, my worry is that, for instance, how to do that, if you want a popular uprising, is that the Constitution gives us Article 37, like what we did yesterday, right? We can decide every Wednesday, every Wednesday we are coming back, every Wednesday, until this government steps down, all of them. Ruto must go. Si ndio hivyo unataka? Tutaenda hivyo tutaenda. Unajua tutamtoa. Lakini saa shida ni mimi naogopa tukimtoa hii transitional council ni akina nani hao? Si ni wale tu wanakujanga tu ku hijack processes za watu wengine wamepigania, then they come to sit there. How are we going to elect that transitional council? Hapo ndo, and then another militia might come up again.
No, Bob, where are you getting those ideas?
Because
uko afraid.
I
hear what Bob is saying.
There's an organized revolution and there is a disorganized revolution.
So what Bob said,
both are revolutions.
Bob is coming from a fear point of hijacking and capture.
The process.
So you can have these organizations.
Like what they're doing with the protest. They're infiltrating the protest. Yes, we are doing the right thing. Then they send goons because they have the money. They have the resources to pay the goons. They have the cars. They deploy the goons and infiltrate our protest so that we are going in the right direction. But now they know, that's where you guys are going. They mobilize people to come and infiltrate. So what I'm saying is this. If we go that direction, we remove the Ruto steps down because of pressure. Sindio, how do we midwife that process now? That is where she's at.
I don't know why so.
And you see, the popular uprising is also our right. People can say,
what are you saying?
Yeah.
What is it?
I don't know. I hope the government is not after my neck. I'm receiving so many calls. But I'm being honest. This is our honesty as the young people of this country. Our institutions have failed. We cannot trust them to lead us where we want. They cannot imagine the kind of republic we want for ourselves.
Wanjira, how do you address the trust deficit? Yes. Because I hear what Bob is saying. There's a trust issue. And from last year, when the protests began around the finance bill, there are few of you that emerged like potential leaders of this movement, though it was leaderless. And we started seeing names dropping, people dropping. And then there's a whole trust issue on then who should front change, who should be the person who is like the spokesperson of the movement or spokespeople of the movement. How do you address this trust deficit issue? From where Bob is coming is all these groups that you're organizing, from the religious groups, from the civic society groups, human rights groups, and all these other groups to midwife this process in what you're referring to as a transitional government. How do you address the issue of trust?
I think, let me just combine that in terms of vetting that process to ensure that the people he's afraid of are people who are clean for both of you.
The people who are clean for both of us.
What will be the
So how I had imagined it in my head is these institutions, they give us a representative that they agree upon as the institution. They are fronted by their own institution. For example, the social justice movement fronts their two representatives that they have agreed upon as the people of the social justice movement. The religious institutions front their two representatives, or their two representatives, the Christians and the Muslim, that they have agreed upon. The political parties front their representatives that it's the power that is coming from the ground from the people. It is the people deciding them, not the transitional council. People are fronted to go to this transitional council, and then they come together bearing the power of the people that have given them the mandate to come to the table.
Same language, different approach. As the Free Kenya movement, what we did, we realized that there is need to come up with a system and structure of governance that puts in place a structure for Article 1. Direct representation, okay? Because what we have is a structure of indirect representation since 1962. Both the county governments, the national governments are all arms of the indirect representation. So the drafters of the constitution never came up with a structure through which the people themselves how can you express your sovereignty directly in
so governance? What you're saying is amending.
We have developed a structure called the People's Governments. People's Governments is a new structure and system of governance that we want to bring through this referendum to and there's a sample of this in Makueni County where they had the Makueni People's Governments, where the same structure now, what she's saying, the people, the representatives, come from the village level to the ward level, to the cluster, to the constituency, and to the county. So what happens is this new system is the one that oversights both the county and the national government. Whenever funds and resources are channeled to the public, it is the people's governments to oversight these funds. So we are going to finish to fight corruption, kill it at the source. And that's how revolutionary that system is. But we still have to introduce it through the constitutional process. And that's why we're saying let's call for a people's dialogue.
On this point then, I hear very loudly what Wanjira is saying, that the process upon which we are going to do this is on institutions that are flawed. And that if that is not dealt with, we talk about systemic issues. We talk about systemic issues, Bob, that you've talked about through the police, for example. We talk about systemic issues over and over that have been used. We had the
2010 constitution, one that we are speaking. Did we have it in vacuum, or we had it through we changed the constitution,
however,
but we used...
Fine, let's
if you pour a liquid into a dirty cup,
it remains dirty.
Exactly.
Is that I don't know if
that's exactly what I'm saying.
And so the problem here is that how do we deal with the institutions that have been given the power to bring about these processes that are demanded by the Constitution if we have authenticity and integrity issues with those institutions? And I think that's where the problem is. So whereas there needs to be this drain the swamp thing that we've been talking about, the question is here, and I don't think that there's a problem having a question. There's no problem at the point saying, I don't know what to do, but we have to keep coming together to have that conversation. I don't think that there's a problem there. But if we know that across board there's integrity, there's accountability, there's management, there's governance, there's leadership issues, can we say, well, we know that there are issues within institutions, but because the Constitution says we must use that process, let's just go ahead and do it? Wouldn't we get the same result at the end of the day, no matter who was pushing the issue? Wouldn't we have the same result if we went through the same institutions? Wouldn't we?
We would.
I believe that there is always we need to use the avenues provided in the Constitution, and not say that let's try the process. If we fail, we shall have failed having tried.
What Jira says no.
All right?
I disagree.
Yeah, for me, I would say we have not exhausted our options
I disagree
yet.
Because it will end up at the IBC,
if we get to
which
a point,
is an illegal
if we get to that point where IBC blocks us, then we go for the popular uprising. But we haven't given a chance to the organized revolution first before we can go for the uprising. If we have exhausted all avenues in the Constitution and failed, like if we went for a referendum and we got like what Okoh did, he collected signatures. They went to the county assemblies and they were shut down. Right? Even ours could happen the same fate. I'm not saying no. But if we get to that point, then at that point, then we can say there is no other alternative other than a popular uprising. But if there is another, it's like an appeal. When you have a chance of appealing,
Bob.
That's my case. That's
Bob, I just want you to answer me why you want to deal with an IBC, which is an illegal institution as we stand.
Let me tell you one thing. as Free Kenya Movement, we have actually challenged this constitution of this IBC. But again, I've used the same process.
So
we went to the High Court. We went to the High Court, and we have a hearing in July 16th to check whether the selection panel was validly nominated. And we trust that if that petition goes through, this IBC is going to be recalled, even if it has already been.
Going to elect another IBC.
So at that point is when we can come to that question of how do the people come together.
No, I honestly think.
But at this point, they have already been passed. You know, the thing is this. The risk is this. For me, a bird in hand is worth two in the bushes. As we speak, the process has been passed by Parliament. Our petition could be dismissed. So if I bank on our petition to drop IBC and it is dismissed, okay, then these guys are sworn in and they continue. They'd rather have our referendum on the table saying that now you've come in, here are the signatures for Gen Zs. Okay? And they won't change. And then if now that fails, if the new IBC fails to either pass the signatures, okay, because they can do what they did to Okoh, Kenya, and decide, oh, you guys have signed cows, all right, for one reason or another, then the people have a chance now to go the other alternative. But we're not yet there. Why don't we just go the other
alternative? Because we know how that's going to end.
Ask the question. There is the subject of IEBC that Wanjira you do not trust, but there's the aspect of, say, the council comes up with an IEBC that is in place.
Yes.
But there is the problem of that this IEBC might be interfered with by the big man at the top. So at the end of the day, is fagia water for us to have a good IEBC that will then hear us all. That's what I'm hearing you say.
Yeah, because I'm saying the first duty of this transitional council would be a reconstitution of the IEBC. Then they could even accept this petition from the Free Kenyan movement. They could help us move, because right where we are at right now, where things are, we are still stuck with this pathetic system that we want to dismantle.
If anything comes very clear from this conversation, that there are two things that can be done, and that there is a coming together of voices whereby the one message is that there has to be something done. Something has to be done. Something has to change. The needle has to move. It's also clear that there seems to be a long time coming for these to continue, to get to the place where that needle will move. And it will shift.
I would love for you guys to run a poll about what they think. Yeah. Should we have a People's Transitional Council, or should we run a referendum?
Definitely one that needs to be looked into.
I think it's not about popularity.
No, it's not about popularity. It's having the people's voice.
It's hearing the voices.
About what do the people think, because we need them to weigh in on this. This is not
for me, what is popular is that we have that transitional council. For me, that's what is popular. But what is logical is that we have a referendum.
I think hearing from people, and
I think hearing from people will
I go with what makes
decide.
For me, I go with what makes logic.
I think people are also logical.
I think what Wanjira is saying is a multi-track approach where you have legal, legislative, administrative, and last but not least, and more importantly, participatory. That's what you're saying.
Exactly, participatory. And people direct power and voice about this whole process. And
that brings us to the time where we have to end this conversation this morning. But I think that's a good idea, and it's something that we can actually do and hear what people have to say, and bring in the organized structure of it that you speak of, Bob. But I think it's very clear that we need to keep this discourse front and center. It needs to be alive to then figure out what people ought to do. But we want to thank you, both of you, for being here this morning. It's necessary that we do. Bob and Jackie and Wanjira, thank you for being here this morning and for extending this conversation to this hour on the Situation Room this Thursday.
You didn't give us a chance to say something that on the side with my sister and other progressives, we're organizing for alternative leadership, beyond even the referendum. Because as it is, we still have probably an election to face. Whether I'm not sure, nobody can tell whether we have what you're talking about will happen. But we have an election to face. That is in the Constitution. So we also need to organize ourselves so that we have different alternatives, either through this or through an election. Ruto must go.
Let's keep it.
Either through an election or through the uprising. Ruto must
go.
Thank you.
Asante sana. At 20 minutes past 10 o'clock. Good morning.
And the hits you love.
Let's get it crunk up on up in this dance. Sorry, Miss Jackson. Ooh, I am for real.
and the hits you love.
You played the best music.
94.4 Spice FM.
Back to the music.